Good morning, everyone. Will our members please find their seats? Our guests find seats in the gallery. Welcome to the Will County Board recess meeting for December 19, 2019. We'll call this meeting to order, and County Board Member Berkowitz will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and then introduce our clergy for just this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I would like to introduce Father Dindo Bellotti from St. Mary Catholic Church in Mokina. Father Dindo was born in the Philippines and was raised in Naperville and is a graduate of Naperville Central High School. He graduated from University of Illinois at Chicago with a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. He worked for 17 years in environmental engineering, specializing in solid waste and landfill gas management. Father Dindo was accepted as a seminarian for the Diocese of Joliet in 2003. Father Dindo was ordained to the priesthood in 2009 and served as associate pastor at St. Raphael and St. Francis of Assisi before becoming pastor of St. Mary's Church. I'm proud to say that Father Dindo worked with my son to achieve the Light of Christ and the Parvuli Day medals for their Cub Scout Awards. Father Dindo is currently at St. Mary, where they have over 55 active ministries, and they have a very active parish there. Thank you for joining us today, Father Dindo.
Thank you for having me. I'm very honored. And also, we're in St. Mary Mokina, so here we're in Will County as well. So I'm very honored to be able to pray with you today. And let us begin. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. And good and gracious God, we thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for every mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. Lord God, we thank you. Only you know what we are setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, we have talents, abilities, we have time and work. However, only you can see in perfect detail, Lord, the end of every beginning, every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for everything is used for the good. Your righteousness transcends all of our efforts and understanding. Lord God, forgive us for any pride that we may have, the pride that puffs us up and divides and threatens to divide us. Help us to work together today with love and charity and all good things. Help us to work effectively and efficiently. Bless this meeting today, Lord. Bless all of us present, as well as the lives of all of those we will encounter afterward. Ready us to make every moment count. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Son and Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you and have a great meeting.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Ferry.
Here.
Frizzalone.
Here.
Newquist.
Here.
Ogalla. Cook. Mustis. Rice. Tyson. Harris. Trainier. Fritz. Mueller. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Ventura. Dollinger. Markham. Berkowitz. Cowan. Tumanello. Weigel. Krolitis. Winfrey.
25 present, 1 absent.
25 present, we have a quorum. Entertain a motion to place and file certificate of publication. Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Rice. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich. Brooks.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Dollinger.
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan. Tumanello. Weigel. Krolitis. Winfrey.
Yes.
There's 2.
Ms. Ogala, you want to be recorded as present and recorded as yes on this last vote? Okay, thank you.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative motion is carried. Next up, I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the Will County Board recess meeting of November 21, 2019. Moved by Ms. Winfrey, seconded by Mr. Ferry. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call by Mr. Trainier, second by Ms. Parker. All in favor signify by saying aye. Contrary, motion has carried. And motion to approval of the minutes of the executive session of the county board on November 21, 2019. Moved by Mr. Balich, second by Ms. Dollinger. Any questions? Any questions? Previous rolls by Ms. Rice, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary, the motion has carried. Madam Clerk, you read off the acknowledgements of elected officials and media president.
Yep. Today we have Auditor Duffy Blackburn, County Clerk Lawrence Daly Ferry, County Executive Larry Walsh, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stuckel, State's Attorney James Glasgow, and Treasurer Tim Brophy. For the media, we have Alice Fabre from the Southtown, Nick Ryer from the Farmers Weekly Review, Alex Ortiz from the Herald News, and Megan Horsted from the Times Weekly.
Okay. Moving on. If county board members, Denise Winfrey and Herb Brooks may have a check presentation to Joliet Township High School band. Anybody here from the band?
Mr. Executive?
Yeah.
Since no one is here from the high school to be able to accept it, we would like to move that to next month if we may.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Keep it for another month. Next up, we recognize County Board Member Beth Rice is going to recognize National School of Choice Week from her desk.
I would like to read into the record a proclamation recognizing School Choice Week in Will County. Whereas all children in Will County should have access to the highest quality education possible, and whereas Will County recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students in Will County to be successful adults. And whereas quality education is critically important to the economic vitality of Will County. And whereas Will County is home to a multitude of high-quality public and non-public schools from which parents can choose for their children, in addition to families who educate their children in the home. And whereas educational variety not only helps to diversify our economy, but also enhances the vibrancy of our community. And whereas Will County has many high-quality teaching professionals in all types of school settings who are committed to educating our children. And whereas School Choice Week is celebrated across the country by millions of students, parents, educators, schools, and organizations to raise awareness of the need for effective educational options. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive do hereby recognize January 26th through February 1st, 2020 as Will County School Choice Week and call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. Dated this 19th day of December, 2019, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Rice, second by Ms. Traynera. Any discussion in the discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried. Thank you, Ms. Rice. All resolutions approved at the November 21st County Board meeting have been signed by the County Executive. Moving on for our first committee, Land Use and Development Committee, Mr. Markham, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I'd like to begin our committee by making a motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Ms. Tyson. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizalone.
Yes.
Newquist. Ogala. Cook. Mustis. Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker. Ventura.
Yes.
Dollinger. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan.
Yes.
Tumanello.
Yes.
Weigel. Corlitis.
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes. 26 affirmative.
26 affirmative. We are in the public hearing. We have one legal objection for zoning case ZC 19-060, which will require a 3/4 majority of the county board, meaning they have to get 20 votes. We have 3 cases to be heard this morning. ZC 19-060, ZC 19-063, ZC 19-075. I got one person on Tom Putz. If you want to make a statement?
Yes.
Okay. Which cases are you're present for?
Good morning, board members and staff. Thank you for your time and your services. My case number you're asking for? It is a ZC ZC dash...
Talk into the mic.
I'm sorry, ZC-19060.
So what would- Zero, what?
Yeah, 060.
Okay. First one. Okay,
Yeah, I'm here on behalf of being the owner of this property. I've had it for 18 years, and never has there been any agriculture activity on it. I have a small business company that does use the property for assembling pallets. It's a husband and wife, Hispanic family, and gentleman's been injured. He's handicapped, and they assemble the pallets, and then she delivers them in a pickup truck and a trailer. With the activity on the property, I've been working with Will County to get in compliance with the property to the violations of the activity on the activity of using the property. I had a favorable vote of a 4-2 with the planning and zoning, and I'd like to continue with the Will County staff to get in compliance with the property and to do what's necessary to work with what I'm doing with the people that are there and myself. I like to store boats on the property. I own a marina, and I travel from the Lakelands, the Plainfield area, about an hour to take the boats to where I have a marina. As a small owner and operator, it would be a tremendous asset to be able to continue and try to use this property for that purpose. And I ask you for your support and your understanding. It means everything to me, to this property and my small business. I employ about 8 people, and it'd be a huge impact on the property if, unfortunately, I couldn't use it for the activity that we're trying to use it for.
any questions? Mr. Weigel?
Yeah, I was at the Land Use Committee meeting when this came up, and I think he should be given more time to try to come into compliance. And I would recommend that this be pulled from the agenda and give him additional time to work with the Village of Plainfield to get perhaps a pre-annexation agreement and maybe change some of the uses that he's doing on the property. Maybe eliminate the pallet business if the Plainfield doesn't want that in the area. Although there are commercial in the area, there's a big gas station about a quarter mile away. And I think this requirement that the county's putting on him would go into effect in 6 months anyway, automatically, if we do remove it from the agenda. So he still has to come into compliance. So I would recommend to give him more time to work with the village, and I'd like to make that motion when we get back into regular session.
Can we make a motion?
Thank you.
We can't make a motion to move back in public hearing. When we come back to our regular order of business, you could make a motion, Tom.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
And would you be acceptable to table or push it back, so give you more time to work with Plainfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like
Thank you.
that'll be the issue, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Anyone else from the public would like to address the county board in this public hearing? Any more? Anyone, any from the public for any of these zoning cases? Anyone wish to speak? Mr. Markham.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for all land use cases.
Motion by Markham, second by Mr. Van Dyne. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone? Yes. Newquist? Yes. Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Yes. Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller?
Yes.
Gould? Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
Yes.
Dollinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello? Weigel. Krolitis. Winfrey.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative said it will be back. Public hearing has been closed. Mr. Markham.
All right, first up, we have zoning case ZC-19-060. There will be 2 votes on this one. It's a zoning map amendment from A1 to I1, and then a special use permit for an outdoor storage yard in Plainfield Township, commonly known as 26049 West Lockport Street, Plainfield, Illinois, and County Board District Number 5. This is the one where that we just heard about, where Plainfield did send an objection letter. So I'll start off by making a motion to approve the zoning map amendment from A1 to I1.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Ms. Trenier. Mr. Weigel.
I'd like to have them withdraw their motion. I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the agenda.
Remove it from there or send it back to committee or?
Just remove it from the agenda.
Okay. Motion to second by Mr. Tumanello or Ms. Fritz. Any discussion? Mr. Markham.
I will just bring everybody's attention to the applicant filed for a pre-annexation agreement, but the Village of Plainfield also sent a follow-up letter to make sure that we understood that they are still objecting to the special use permit and the zoning. It does not fit in their long-range plans for that area. And we are also dealing with a situation where there was access put onto a state highway without permission, which is, in my opinion, a danger to everybody who drives that way, because the state of Illinois has no idea that it's there, and there are trucks, I mean, there are big vehicles that are coming in and out of there with boats, and we were bringing all the gravel in. So I'd just like to, I mean, to me, it's pretty clear that Plainfield doesn't want it. They've sent 2 letters now, and I mean, this isn't the first time that the applicant has dealt with land use, so I mean, he should have been aware of the process that he had to go through before putting this, the businesses in that he did without permission. So that's where I'll leave that.
Any more discussion? No. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
To remove.
Yeah, that's the motion that's on the table or on the floor.
Is everybody clear?
Mr. Mister?
Before we vote on this, I think it's worth mentioning that, this applicant has been in violation even when the land use department told him to stop, to submit site plans, told him he could not do some of the activities he was doing. He ignored it. This went on for a couple of years. I don't know if land use wants to, somebody from the land use staff wants to make a comment on this. They certainly made comment both at the Planning and Zoning Commission and at the Land Use Committee, which I attended both, and I was pretty convinced that this was not a person who was being very cooperative with the Will County Land Use Department. So he could have come into compliance from the beginning, and this chose to continue to ignore the codes of Will County and our land use staff. And so what do you think is going to change here? Outside of he continues to ignore it and stretches it out for another year? I mean, he'd have to tear everything out of there. He'd have to come up with a site plan. I don't know if he's willing to do that, but certainly I think it's worth mentioning that he was not a cooperative person with the land use staff, and that went on for years. So.
But, David, Mr. Dubois, would you like to come down and explain the status of the land use?
Good morning. I think a lot of what the department says is on the record. It's pretty thoroughly explained within the staff report. Janine can just, I would suggest, just seconds and kind of give a very short synopsis of where we started and where we're at.
Good morning, everyone. Happy holidays to you all. So I'm Janine Farrell. I'm the zoning administrator with the Land Use Department, and I compiled the packet and did the staff report for this zoning case. So I will reiterate the things that have been said at the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Land Use and Development Committee, and even within the caucus this morning. So back in 2016, the applicant was put into violation for operating those uses, the pallet making business, the landscaping business, and also the outdoor storage yard for the boats on the property. He did meet with us at that time, and we provided him guidance on the zoning action that would be required in order to bring the property into compliance, and any kind of building permits or site development permits that would be required. I have a copy of those notes in the packet. The applicant signed them, he acknowledged them. The applicant continued to operate those illegal uses, those unpermitted uses in the A1 zoning district, and then was put in violation once again in 2019 after he had expanded the uses, which included putting down a 3-acre outdoor gravel storage yard out there, and also that additional driveway access to Route 126 and IDOT Road without a entrance permit or IDOT permission. So where we stand right now is the applicant has applied for zoning action to attempt to continue to operate these uses, and that's what's before you today. I can answer any questions that you might have.
Any question for the land Tom? Mr. Weigel?
Is it true if we remove it from the agenda, he still has to, these things take effect in 6 months automatically?
I'm not sure what specifically you're referring to in 6 months.
These two requirements of the special use permit for outdoor storage.
Oh, so if the county board does not vote on the items, that they're automatically denied? Is that?
They're automatically go into effect?
They're denied.
Or they're denied?
They're automatically denied.
So if the, and I did, I think it was in an email to some of the county board members, if once this zoning case comes before you, the county board must act upon it within 6 months, or it's automatically denied.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Thank you. So if we take no action today, he still will be denied if he doesn't do something in 6 months?
Correct. If no action is taken for 6 months, then these requests are automatically denied.
So if he does meet with Plainfield and they have an acceptable agreement, he could bring it back in 3 months or whatever and change, maybe have a favorable opinion from Plainfield, and maybe we would change our vote at that time. Is that true?
I think it would have to be tabled, not taken off the agenda. Legally, I'm not sure.
Legal minds.
Everybody hunt the lawyers.
You got to make up your decision.
She was hiding from us.
Harry.
Got a motion.
Oh.
He didn't do a table.
Well, the motion, Mr. Markram have some, a motion to approve and Mr. Weigel wants to, has a motion and a second to remove it from the agenda. And what's the results of should we take the motion that Mr. Markham has, or the motion that Mr. Weigel has that to take it out off the agenda?
Well, we've always functioned that you have to make a motion to approve to get it on the floor to even
That's right.
discuss it.
That's right.
So now the motion is to remove it. Once it's removed.
And then there's a viable motion to remove it
Yes.
before we vote on Mr. Markham's to approve it.
Correct.
No, if you don't want to move it.
The question is, should it be tabled or just removed?
Well, that's up to you. If you remove it, then there is no mechanism to bring it back up automatically. If it's tabled, then it automatically comes back the next month. So that's the difference.
Well,
Or you could send it back to committee for further discussion. Those are your three basic options.
well, staff says that these effects go into effect if we don't take any action on it in 6 months.
They
denied.
There's a pocket veto, basically, is what there's. It's not really a veto, but it just dies. It's denied automatically.
So if we remove it from the agenda within 6 months, it would die. If he doesn't come into compliance with some other proposal.
Yeah.
You know, historically, from when I've been with the county, the board has typically not removed something just, I mean, in this manner. I'm not saying you can't do it, but what could potentially happen here is you lose continuity of the public process where you have the public that follows a zoning case through the system. If it's removed and there's no mechanism to automatically bring it back up, you lose that continuity of people following public meetings and the public process that have been outlined through notices and postings for them to come back and know what's going on. So that is a potential risk of removing it.
Should I flip a coin?
I think the motion on the floor is to remove it unless someone moves to amend that motion.
We got a motion on the floor and a second to remove it from the agenda. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
No.
Frizzalone.
No.
Newquist.
No.
Ogala.
No.
Cook.
No.
Mustis.
No.
Rice.
No.
Tyson.
No.
Harris.
No.
Trainier.
No.
Fritz. Mueller.
No.
Gould.
No.
Van Dyne.
No.
Balich.
No.
Brooks.
No.
Parker.
No.
Ventura.
No.
Dollinger.
No.
Markham.
No.
Berkowitz.
No.
Cowan.
No.
Tumanello.
No.
Weigel.
Yes.
Krolitis.
No.
Winfrey.
2 affirmative, 24 negative.
Motion has been voted down. Now to Mr. Markham's motion to approve. Oh, right, Mr. Markham?
Yes, I made the motion to approve.
Yeah.
And then, so Planning and Zoning voted 4-2 to approve, Land Use and Development voted 1-6 to approve, so it came with a recommendation to deny it, so if you do not want to approve it, then you vote no.
And we have 20, because of the legal objection, it needs to have 20 votes positive to be approved. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ferry.
No.
Frizzalone.
No.
Newquist.
No.
Ogala.
No.
Cook.
No.
Mustis. Rice.
No.
Tyson.
No.
Harris.
No.
Trainier.
No.
Fritz.
Yes.
Mueller.
No.
Gould. Van Dyne.
No.
Balich.
No.
Brooks.
No.
Parker.
No.
Ventura.
No.
Dollinger.
No.
Markham.
No.
Berkowitz.
No.
Cowan.
No.
Tumanello. Weigel. Krolitis. Winfrey.
2 affirmative, 24 negative.
The motion has been denied.
Next up, we have, for the same case, zoning case ZC-19-060, special use permit for outdoor storage yard in Plainfield Township, commonly known as 26049 West Lockport Street, Plainfield, Illinois, County Board District Number 5. Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-2 to approve. Land Use and Development Committee voted 1-6 to approve it, so I'll make the motion to approve the special use permit.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Ms. Trainier. Any discussion? Any discussion? Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ferry?
No.
Frizzalone? No. Newquist? No. Ogala?
No.
Cook?
No.
Mustis? Rice?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Harris?
No.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz? Mueller? Gould? Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
No.
Brooks?
No.
Parker?
No.
Ventura?
No.
Dallinger?
No.
Markham?
No.
Berkowitz? Cowan?
No.
Tumanello? Weigel? Carlitis? Winfrey?
2 affirmative, 24 negative.
2 affirmative, 24. The motion has been denied.
All right, next up, we have zoning case ZC-19-063, which is a zoning map amendment from R2 to R3 in Frankfort Township, commonly known as 20929 and 20931. Hold on one second, sorry.
Do I need a motion for each, for both parcels?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one, no, just one, okay, so sorry about that. So it's a zoning map amendment from R2 to R3 at, commonly known as 20929 and 20931 South 80th Avenue, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District Number 2. PZC voted 6-0 to approve, Land Use and Development voted 7-0 to approve, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Ms. Cowan. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone? Yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller? Gould? Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks? Parker? Ventura?
Yes.
Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello? Weigel?
Yes.
Carlitis? Winfrey?
Yes. 26 affirmative.
26 affirmative, motion has carried.
All right, next up, we have number 3, zoning case ZC-19-075, which is a zoning map amendment from A1 to I2 in Homer Township, commonly known as vacant property on South Gallagher Road, Homer Glen, Illinois, County Board District Number 7. PZC voted 6-0 to approve, Land Use and Development voted 7-0 to approve, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Mr. Balich. Any questions? Any questions? Previous roll by Ms. Cook, second by Mr. Van Dyne. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
All right, that's all we have for that section of our agenda. Next up, we have committee resolutions, and first up is 19-352, which is amending sections 155-7.30 of the use table and 155-18.20 definitions of the Will County zoning ordinance for adult use cannabis business, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Moved by Mr. Markham, second by Ms. Ventura. Mr. Tumanello.
Thank you. Before I get into my discussion, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to amend 19-352 to include the 1.5-mile buffer around any community that is currently opted out of cannabis.
Second.
Moved by, second by Mr. Mustis.
So can I go into discussion now? or-
Any discussion?
Yes. I want to continue.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, So before I get into my discussion, what I did, I wanted to do, make an amendment to the motion to add a 1-19-352, the one we're communicating about now, to include a 1.5-mile buffer around any community that has opted out of cannabis.
Okay.
So my reasoning and some discussion. On December 16th, the Village of Frankfort voted unanimously on their resolution 19-51, asking the county board for that 1.5-mile buffer around any community. We've also received letters in our packet from Mokina. I know there was one from New Lenox, other communities as well that didn't make the packet, but we were emailed them. You know, sometimes I think we concentrate so much on the unincorporated area and the unincorporated residents. However, we do need to be cognizant of the fact that, you know, many of us have, the majority of us have the majority of our constituents in incorporated areas. So I'm trying to give equal protection to the individuals in the incorporated and the unincorporated area. I feel we need to respect them as well. There's already a statute in place from a land use perspective on the 1.5 miles. Obviously, if there's a text amendment or a map amendment, we have that 1.5-mile protection for the communities, but there's no such protection for special uses that would allow anybody to go, or a community to file a formal objection. Now, I know there's some individuals that will say this is undue, this is more restrictive. However, our role as legislators are to create the laws, not to determine if they are legal or not. If someone comes forward and challenges, I'm sure there will be many communities that will help us defend, as well as the county. However, it's not our role to determine the validity or the legality of that. So I would respectfully ask my colleagues here, as we seem to be heading down the path of allowing marijuana in the unincorporated areas, that we just respect the communities and the parts of the communities that have already opted out, that don't want it in their town, and know that in districts like 12 and 2 and 5, the majority of our residents come from those incorporated areas that those communities have already spoken. So I think it's a very responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Mr. Balich?
I represent the city of Lockport and Homer Glen and New Lenox, and City of Lockport mayor called me twice, and he's upset that the county's even considering opting in when Lockport opted out without giving him any protections. There's little pockets within Lockport that could have a dispensary, and that's not right. Lockport says they don't want it, and I agree with the mayor, and I agree with Ray. The trucking company that we just voted on in Homer Glen, or unincorporated, they could put a dispensary there. Homer Glen said no. So did Lockport. That's right in the middle of both of them. So this 1.5-mile buffer, that's a very important thing to protect cities that said no. So I think that we have to be responsible enough to give that 1.5-mile buffer. Otherwise, we're really doing the wrong thing. And God help us.
Ms. Ventura?
Yes, this was discussed in land use, and it was shown that it was overly restrictive, not from a legal validation, but from a standpoint that this would opt out most of the county unincorporated. So it's not appropriate for those of us who believe that it should be allowed in the county. So I'm asking you guys to please vote no on Ray's motion for the 1.5-mile buffer. Thank you.
Mr. Mustis?
I just want to point out that the 1.5 miles is done by state statute for map amendments and such. And there's a reason they gave that authority to municipalities, because the larger community around a municipality has a lot of common interest with that municipality and identifies. And so there would be continuity in the growth of municipalities as their borders grew out. So I do think it's appropriate. You know, you could say that about any zoning then, that would be some undue hardship. And the municipalities have that ability to legally object. Now, they don't have the ability to legally object to special use permits. And I did ask this in the Republican caucus this morning, whether we could also place on the mile and a half that they would have the ability, if we didn't impose they would have the ability to at least file a legal objection, if not totally prohibited. So, I mean, there's, I think, another way of perhaps approaching this also, but I'm not so sure we have that authority under state statutes. I guess, Mary, I'm looking at you, asking you, do you know whether we would?
So, well, let me first make sure I understand your question. And I think your question is that can the county board impose upon itself a requirement that you have a 3/4 majority to approve a special use
For cannabis.
For cannabis, if a municipality files an objection? I do not know the answer to that. I think it's an interesting concept, and we'd certainly be happy to look at it. Well, I'm without looking at it a little further, I'm not going to comment.
Okay.
You know, but I think it's an interesting concept that maybe you could do.
Okay. Well, I'm going to wait until we get to vote on this, and then maybe I'll do it, and you can tell us later, since we're kind of here today, I guess.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Thank you, Executive. I'm getting a lot of feedback from constituents in my district in South Naperville. We have unincorporated areas that are right next to communities. One community, Carillon, there is a large industrial area right behind them. They have a lot of concerns about this, and they would like to see that 1.5 mile buffer. They are worried about safety, they're worried about traffic, they're worried about just all kinds of activity that could occur at a facility based on, I believe, the hours of operation they've established was something like 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. So for these concerns, they have a valid interest in the safety and the future impact this could have on their community. So for that reason, I think we really need to consider that 1.5 mile buffer, just to give everybody the security of knowing that their neighborhoods will not change as a result if this were to pass. So I wanted to share that. I think we should enact that, and I think it would make a big difference to our residents to know that we do care about their concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on the Land Use Committee, and when we discussed the zoning, the 1.5 buffer was on the screen to begin with, and then we continued on talking about so many different things. We never voted on whether we like a 1.5 buffer or not. And then the assumption, like what Rachel said, she was assuming there was no 1.5 buffer. I assumed there was. So when I went to amend a motion on that committee, I was told, don't worry about it, it's all covered. I'm assuming this 1.5 buffer existed because we didn't vote on it. I never agreed to put in C1 and I1. You know, I'm just looking at it like people have different opinions of the meeting, but my opinion was that 1.5 buffer was included from the very beginning. And I think it's absurd that we don't do it. So, you know, if we're going to cite Land Use Committee on this thing, I got a totally different opinion of what was said.
Manalo?
Thank you. Just Just a quick thing, Ms. Ventura is correct when you look at the map. However, after communicating with land use, the land use department, that map was created with a 1.5-mile buffer around every single community, whether they were opted in or opted out. When you remove the communities that opt in, there are plenty more locations that are viable locations for the cannabis sales. That's it. Thank you.
Chairman Markham?
So, I guess I'll address Steve's concerns first. So, the way that the committee did this was land use staff presented all the different options we had. They had maps, they had everything. There was a motion to approve the first scenario. So I walked through everything that was included twice. I made sure everybody knew what was happening. Steve was going to make a motion, and then after I walked through everything, I asked Steve if he wanted to make his amendment, and he didn't. So he had the opportunity to include all this, and I gave him 2 opportunities. So I take a little bit of offense that you're trying to say that I didn't run a fair meeting. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
I said it was confusing.
Well, I walked through everything twice and I asked if the committee understood what we were voting on. Everybody said yes. And the reason why we didn't include it was on the state's attorney's recommendation. Mr. Guzman had indicated that in his legal opinion, it wasn't something that was a viable option for us to include. And after last month, when we talked about how we should respect the state's attorney's opinion, that's the path the committee went down, was respecting the state's attorney's opinion since they're our legal counsel. So that's why we didn't include it. And, I mean, you could have made the motion. I gave you two opportunities. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Rainier?
Yes, I hear, the residents are concerned, they're calling county board members. I hear mayors are concerned, they're calling county board members, they're worried about this unincorporated area. I mean, they do have some options. They can incorporate these areas, and then they would be opted out, like the community itself, if they in fact opted out. The ones that did opt out, they may be opting out just to kind of see how things go, and they may choose at a later time to opt in. So there's opportunities on both sides. I would really prefer that no one abuse alcohol, smoke cigarettes, or use any kind of drugs. But that's free will. You can't stop people from doing that. I mean, I drove by a liquor store on the way here. Big neon sign out in front, and there's sale on some booze, I don't even remember, Crown Royal or something, for $31, so whatever. And it's right across the street from an unincorporated area. I mean, probably not even 500 yards. Wow. Those people didn't all get up and move because a liquor store moved in. The graveyard behind it, they didn't get up and move. I think there's just a lot of unjustified fear here. I don't know why people are ramping up so much. Alcohol is very addictive, very expensive. People don't move away from stores that sell it, restaurants that offer it, liquor stores, bars. I just don't understand the fear, so I'm going to vote yes on this amendment, or on the motion. Not.
They go down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I do sit on land use, and we put a lot of work into making sure that this was not overly prohibitive, but did protect our residents. We have a 1,000-foot buffer from schools, daycares, universities, and residential areas for dispensaries, and then cultivation is a 2,500-foot buffer, and that includes all that are in municipalities and out, so we're protecting all of our residents and all of our residential areas. I know that this will probably be a destination thing, especially when it becomes legal, so there might be increased traffic, so that was important to me that we kept this stuff away from people's neighborhoods. That said, I think that creates enough of a buffer to protect residents across the county without us instituting a 1.5-mile buffer. So I'm going to vote no on the amendment, but I am going to vote yes for the zoning that we worked really hard on. Thank you.
Mr. Ballage.
I have to correct Tyler. I'm offended that he would think I'm an idiot, first off. Those screens were created with that mile-and-a-half buffer. Just like Ray said, you take the mile-and-a-half buffer out, and it's a whole different picture. We never voted whether to accept it or not. So I'm under the perception, since all those screens were based on it, that we had the mile-and-a-half buffer. And I'm not an idiot.
Mr. Strainier, you punch you again. Mr. Strainier, you want to talk again?
No.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No, let's vote. Call the question.
We have a number of citizens that are talking about the cannabis. So I would give them 3 minutes to talk before they came down here and took time out.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I believe that is the public hearing that happens in Executive Committee on the opt-in, opt-out. It is not about the zoning.
Oh. Oh, they want, yeah, they were, the only issue here is zoning.
Yes.
Not in or out.
Right.
Yeah. So. If it, and
Public hearing is on it, opt-in.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
This is for the amendment, right?
Correct. Yes, yeah, Mr. 2-minute Nemo. Is a mile and a half of surrounding a village municipality that is opt-out. Yeah. If a village is opt-in, then the same, they can put one in within a mile and a half. Okay? Okay. Well, Mr. 2-minute motion, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
No.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
No.
Ogalla?
Yes.
Cook?
No.
Moostis?
Yes.
Rice?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Harris?
No.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz? Mueller?
No.
Gould? Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
No.
Dollinger?
Yes.
Markham?
No.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
No.
Tuminello?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Crolitis? Winfrey?
No.
Twelve affirmative, 14 negative.
12 affirmative, 14 negative. The motion hasn't carried. Mr. Markham, Ms. Ogalla.
Keep your finger on it.
Ms. Ogalla, just leave your button alone. You're about down there pushing, and there you go.
Yes, so we had conversation at our caucus regarding a specific zoning classification.
Pull your mic down.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. We had conversations at our caucus the other day regarding a specific zoning classification and the location of this specific type of classification. And so I'd like to make a motion to remove C1 from all the different uses within the zoning ordinance. Prohibiting it in C1, which would be what it would do.
Jeez.
It's a small commercial strip mall.
Yeah, motion by Ms. Ogala, second by Mr. Ballich. Any discussion? Ms. Ventura?
Yes, this was also discussed at land use, and it also would be somewhat restrictive. We did look into that, and to Amanda Cook's point, we did put in safeguards for schools and sensitive areas for colleges and universities. So I would ask that we vote no to this amended motion. Thank you.
Any others to discussion? Mr. Mustis?
Yeah, well, C1, the reason I think that we should prohibit it in C1 is basically a very local neighborhood type classification. When I hear people say that, we've already built in these safeguards, we've built in 0 safeguards. What we have done is followed whatever the state put out there. And we did not do anything that was more restrictive than was already there by law. So you didn't do anything to protect anybody or to keep it away from the most local neighborhoods. C1 would help accomplish that. Now, quite frankly, there's not that much C1 out there. And generally when commercial people are looking to zone, they don't go to C1, they go to C2. If it was up to me, it would be eliminated in C2 also. We virtually allowed it in every single zoning classification that exists in Will County. You can eliminate one of them that really deals with very local neighborhoods. So I'm supportive of C1. It probably would have very little effect, but it gives us some assurance that it'll stay out of these very small neighborhood commercial type businesses. So I think we should support the removal of C1. Thank you.
Ms. Berkowitz?
This is such a small request to just withdraw this small area in our county. I think that everybody wants their neighborhood to be a safe environment, and everybody cares about the appearance of their home, the quality of their streets, and activity, all of these things that make a neighborhood. So why is it too much to ask to withdraw this small area in our county, which is so important to our families? If you don't think that this could get out of control, just go to Cook County, where they have slot machines everywhere. I'm waiting for Dunkin' Donuts to get slot machines now and video gambling. And Jackie, go over to Burbank, and now they have signs littering the parkways, slot machines, everybody's doing it. That's all you see. And it's gotten to the point where you literally cannot drive down the street without having some form of gambling in your face. So, given the size of Will County, the scope of our county, why is it too much to ask to just take this small segment out of this ordinance? I don't think it's too much to ask. I don't think it's unreasonable. I think common sense tells you. I guess, if Jackie, would you like a pot shop to open up next door? Maybe it doesn't matter to you, but talk to hundreds of people out there and get their opinion. I just think that it's not an unreasonable request, and I support it.
Thank you. Mr. Tumanello?
Thank you. Just so everyone's aware, I know my colleague on the other side had said that we're trying to protect the residents. We do have a 1,000-foot buffer. She's absolutely correct. Schools, daycares, preschools. But just so everyone's aware, I think there may be a little bit of confusion on C1. C1 is neighborhood commercial. There's a 0-foot buffer between C1 and a house. There is a 0-foot buffer between C1 and residential with C1. So essentially, behind your house, you walk over to the Dunkin' Donuts, and you have a cannabis dispensary right next door. I don't think removing C1 with the 0-foot buffer between marijuana and your residential home is too much to ask for. Thank you.
Mr. Trenier?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I have learned in my lifetime that once you start noticing something, you see it everywhere. And I'll give an example. I bought a Chevy Volt a few years ago. Didn't really see too many of them on the road when I bought it. Now every time I turn around, I notice the Chevy Volt. It's the familiarity. And all of a sudden, you just start noticing them everywhere. And I suspect that's the case with the slot machines, because they're in our county. They're not in the unincorporated, because we didn't vote to allow them. But they're in our county. They're everywhere in the municipalities. In fact, in the establishment that the Democratic Party caucus is in sometimes. There are machines I have to walk by. Nothing happens to me when I walk by those machines. The machines don't grab me and force me to put money into them. I know that that's not a good investment of my hard-earned money. Prohibition of alcohol did not work. The war on drugs, we lost that a long time ago. We keep funneling money into that war, sort of like the one over there in Iraq and Afghanistan and the Middle East. As far as saying we didn't do anything, we added colleges and universities to the sensitive areas. We did do some things. There are areas all over our county, including inside municipalities, that have opted out of cannabis. Liquor stores that are right in front of somebody's house. So if you're afraid of cannabis, you must be afraid of liquor and tobacco, and we should be talking about banning that, or putting in 1.5-mile buffer zones. I'm more worried about the addictive drug effects that dealers bring. When people go to a cannabis dealer, again, like I said, after something happens a few times, it becomes normal. The first time you go to a doctor, the first time you see that doctor, he's a stranger to you. You don't really feel comfortable. But by the 5th time you go, I would assume, if you're a normal person, you're not afraid of him anymore. And maybe I should have used dentist instead of doctor. Most people are afraid of the dentist. But you get comfortable. Drug dealers use that opportunity to upsell you. You're not just buying cannabis anymore. Now they're trying to push something else on you. That's why we call them pushers, okay? Legal dispensaries, a far better place for people to purchase cannabis than an illegal transaction on the street from a drug dealer who's pushing you to more drugs, more expensive drugs, things where he can make more money, or she. I don't think that there's anything wrong with these legal dispensaries. I think the buffer zone that the Land Use Committee has approved is just fine, and I am not voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I do want to clarify that in our zoning our original thing that we're voting on, we are actually creating the 2,500-foot buffer and the 1,000-foot buffer from it says it right here in 155-18.20, the definitions. It includes pre-existing public or private preschool or elementary, secondary school, college or university or daycare center, daycare home, group daycare home, part-day child care facility, or an area zoned for residential use. So essentially the C1, it's kind of zoned out by what we carefully worked on in our Land Use Committee. And so I did have a real-world experience with a business owner who owns one of these local neighborhood, strip mall things and wants to have a dispensary. and he was not able to. He did not meet any of these requirements for the 1,000 feet. However, right around him was 5 liquor establishments. So I think that we're kind of looking at this and trying to really overly restrict it when we don't worry really at all about liquor sales. This was in Frankfort Township. So I think that we should consider these 1,000-foot and 2,500-foot buffers are protecting schools and residential areas, and I think we've done a lot of good work here, and I'm going to vote no on this amendment as well.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. Just want to remind everybody that all licenses are issued by special use, unless I'm wrong. So
For dispensaries, they're special use.
yes, so at that point, people will have the chance to say yes, no, based on where they're related, where they're next to. So you always will have that option.
So,
Madam excuse me, Ms. Benford.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to make that point too, that this is special use for all of the C categories that are listed on there, but also only a handful of licenses are even going to be allowed in Will County. So even at the special use, we're talking about a few places that we will have licenses for. So to Denise's point, if this comes forward and it's in a residential, right across the street from a residential area, those residents have the ability to come and talk to us about their wishes. If they don't want it in their neighborhood, then land use can take that into consideration and vote no for that particular location. So to make this restrictive in all areas, some people may indeed want one across their house. We don't know that, and we shouldn't be making that determination for them. We should give them, quote unquote, their day in court. They can come and talk to the board about it, and we can make an informed decision at that point, which is why, again, Cook talked about the fact that we worked hard on land use to make sure that this was fair to everybody and that they had an ability to come and speak about their residents, but we have added additional stuff beyond what the state allowed for, since we did make colleges and universities sensitive areas.
Mr. Milstead?
Just like to say, for me, when I hear we can't make this restrictive, too restrictive. It should be darn restrictive, really restrictive. And it should be very limited in where you can get it, in my opinion. For those of you who are big proponents of cannabis, marijuana, pot, whatever you want to call it, let me point one thing out. It's illegal. It's illegal by federal standards, and it's illegal in the majority of the country, in the majority of states. There's only a handful of states that are going to allow the legal sale of cannabis or marijuana. We should make it darn restrictive. And for those of you who want to make excuses and say it's restrictive enough, and would you really say you should have it, you want to make this comparison to alcohol? There is no comparison. That's not a comparison. Alcohol, no, that's not. It's like, well, there's a lot of things that can impair you, but alcohol is not illegal by the federal standards. It's not illegal in most of the country. Most people do it on a social basis. Maybe most people smoke marijuana on a social basis. I don't know. But when it comes to being where you can purchase it, it should be restrictive. Just like pharmacies are restrictive, right? It's very restrictive on going to a pharmacy, and it's restrictive if you can't just go in there and get drugs, can you? So it takes a doctor to write a prescription. This idea of you don't think it's going to have an effect, there'll be a trickle down. Once you normalize it amongst kids, then more kids will smoke it. You can say look, you can show me your data, I'll show you my data, it's just the opposite. I mean, there'll be a difference of opinion. This is more my observation. So it should be restrictive. And taking out C1 really is a minimal thing to do. I would ask you to vote for it. It's not going to really have that much of an impact, but I do think it will keep it out of our most local neighborhoods. So I guess I'll...
Ms. Fritz?
The problem that we have, if you lean too heavily on saying, well, it's a special use permit, and they're going to have to come before us every time for approval, the problem is you're inviting lawsuits. And I will remind everyone of what happened with Lenny's Gas and Wash, that there was no reason, no legal reason in the ordinance for us to deny whatever the permit was that he was currently asking for at that time, and he sued us. Okay, so if you want to get sued a whole bunch, then yes, let's lean on the special use permit and just say that's our solution.
Any other discussion? Oh. Ms. Ogalla?
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment about my motion. If everyone listened closely to what Amanda said, and you read closely what it says, it makes sense to take C1 out if it's protected from if it's nearly not going to be allowed in C1 because of all the restrictions that are currently in there. It makes sense to remove it so that we don't have to worry about it being in C1 and a possible lawsuit, as we did deal with Lenny's Gas and Go. If the ordinance already does, as Amanda pointed out, remove it, not allow it in C1, it makes sense for us to take it out. We don't have to deal with that situation moving forward.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
No.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
No.
Ogalla?
Yes.
Cook?
No.
Moostis?
Yes.
Rice?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Harris?
No.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Mueller?
No.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
No.
Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
No.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
No.
Tumanello?
Yes.
Weigel?
No.
Curlitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
He was done.
12 affirmative, 14 negative.
12 affirmative, 14 negative, motion did not pass.
So what do we gotta do now?
Mr. Markham?
I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor for the original, so I have no further comments.
No further comments, and Madam, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
No.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogalla?
No.
Cook?
Yes.
Moostis?
No.
Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
No.
Mueller?
Yes.
Gould? Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
No.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
No.
Ventura?
Yes.
Dallinger?
No.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
No.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello?
No.
Weigel?
No.
Curlitis?
No.
Winfrey?
14 affirmative, 12 negative.
14 affirmative and 12 negative. Motion has carried.
All right, next up, we have 19-353, which is an appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission decision to deny the variance request for the animal confinement structure setback from 50 feet to 0 feet for zoning case ZC-19-042, which is in Jackson Township, commonly known as 17215 West Spangler Road, Elwood, Illinois, County Board District Number 6. And just really quick before I make the motion, I'm going to make the motion to concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission. So if you want to deny, then vote yes, because that's what the Planning and Zoning did. So I'll make a motion to concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
That's been moved in second by, who's second? Mr. Mustis. Any discussion? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizalone.
Yes.
Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker. Ventura. Dollinger.
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan.
Yes.
Tumanello.
Yes.
Weigel. Carlitis. Winfrey.
Yes.
Fritz. Okay.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative, so that denies.
So that concurs with the Planning and Zoning
Oh, yeah.
Commission's decision to deny it, so.
Okay.
And that concludes all of our business. Our next Land Use and Development Committee meeting is scheduled for January 14th, 2020 at 10:30 a.m. in this room.
Thank you for good report. Glenn, Tyler. Next up is Finance Committee. Mr. Harris, Chairman.
Good morning, County Executive.
Good morning.
Fellow board members, media, and all in attendance. The first item on my agenda is to place monthly reports on file. I have 2 reports to be placed on file. The first one is a report from the Illinois Department of Revenue showing sales tax remitted to the Will County for the month of September 2019 to be $1,908,252.28. The RTA tax received is $2,269,426.08 for a total of $4,177,678.36. The next report is from the Will County. It's the Will County Monthly Treasurer Report dated October 31st, 2019 from the Will County Treasurer, Tim Brophy. I so move.
Move, second by Ms. Cowan. Any discussion, any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary, motion carried.
I have 5 resolutions to bring forward. The first one is 19-354. This is adopting the Will County Cannabis Retailer Occupational Tax. This is a tax that's going to be imposed on all persons engaged in the business of selling cannabis. It can be imposed in 0.25% increments that cannot exceed 3.75% in unincorporated areas and 3% in municipalities located within the county. All proceeds or money generated from this tax would go to a special fund that would be titled County Cannabis Retailer Occupational Tax Funds for now. This was voted to move forward from Finance Committee with a 5-3 vote, so I so move.
Second.
Move and second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Balich?
Yeah, I brought this up numerous times. I'm going to say it again. I don't think we should tax at all for this. State of Illinois has too many taxes that came in. People are going to be paying out their nose with taxes. And then if somebody wants to smoke pot or buy a gummy, why should they have to tax it? And then there's another side of it that nobody wants to look at. When we discussed it in committee, people thought I was crazy, but I just saw a report that 20% of the cigarettes smoked in the city of Chicago are coming from outside of the city of Chicago. Why? Because the tax is too high. So we're going to have a tax, and let's just, I don't know what it costs for pot or any of that stuff, so let's just say they charge $10 a gram. The state taxes it, and we tax it, the city taxes it, now it costs 14 or 15 bucks. The dealer can raise his price to 12 bucks, and everyone's still going to go there. And if you're worried about safety, it's insane, because right now, everybody's doing it. It's legal as of January 1st, anywhere you go in Illinois, to smoke it inside your house. So I don't get the idea. If you want to tax it, you guys are nuts. We shouldn't be taxing it.
Is that your last comment?
Let's hope so.
Ms. Dollinger?
Yes. Okay, so I do appreciate in the bill that we have a county cannabis retailer occupation tax fund, but it doesn't really specify where those funds will be used. And so I really have hesitance on approving a tax when it could be used for just miscellaneous things. I'd like to see us be more specific and make sure that we use it for the health and safety of our residents. Like so many things, there are unintended consequences that happen, especially when we're talking about the health and well-being of our residents. And I think at least for the first 3 to 5 years, the funds that go into this tax should at least go to the health and safety of our residents. So I would like to see it go to the health department. There's going to be a lot of demand on them. Again, unintended consequences. We don't really know everything that will happen with this bill. We don't know all the things that will happen to, especially our youth. They have a great position paper from the health department, and if you've read it, it talks about all the negatives that happen with the use of cannabis. So I'd like to see us add with that line there that it is used for the health department, and then increase funding for Kathleen Burke. Thank you. I'll make a motion. I'm sorry. Amend the motion to add that to the bill. Thank you.
Motion and a second. You want to address that, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I do. That's a valid point that Ms. Dollinger bring up. We have had quite a bit of discussion on this issue, in all phases of this issue. There are plans on the Finance Committee to address the issues of how we're going to divvy up the money, whatever comes in. Right now, we don't know how much is coming in, but there are plans to have discussions to discuss how we would like to see this money divided up. So that may begin next month at the Finance Committee with discussions. We still have time, if this should pass, to decide on how we want the money to go. Right now, it's going into the special fund. Well, I think it's not going to start coming in until later this year. So we will have plenty of time to discuss and weigh in and make sure everybody has an opportunity to comment on where it goes.
Ms. Ventura?
Yes, I would ask that we vote no on Gloria's amended motion. Some of the reasons that Mr. Harris mentioned, that this is creating a special fund for that tax. There's been no appropriations in our budget for that, so it's not like we can spend it, and we don't know the funds that are coming in. So as they come in, then I do agree with Gloria that a conversation does need to take place, how and why and where we should spend this money. However, that doesn't have to happen now. We can't spend the money right now. We don't have the money right now. Once it comes in, we can see what type of projected revenues. And we discussed some places beyond Kathleen Burke's department, things like reparations. The City of Los Angeles has a very good program about helping people who are negatively affected by this. I will be bringing some of those ideas and language forth that kind of mirror some of the R3 programs that the state will be doing that won't necessarily affect people right here at home, and so we want to take that into consideration. But so there will be a lot of time to maybe perfect what that program looks like and where other funds may go for education or for drug prevention. But that's not the scope of this bill or this ordinance, so I would ask that we vote no at the amended motion. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
Mr. Executive, my comment's a little different from the most. On yesterday, I turned 65 years old. Yeah. Can you believe that?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And for 65 years, I like to think of myself as two things. Number one, have a good sense of humor. And number two, I'm probably one of the most bipartisan persons that sit here on today. I do believe my colleagues are, but I'm probably among the most. However, for the record, I do have to state, I do take offense of being called some names. I don't think I'm crazy for voting the way I do, and I think that this body ought to stay with the issues before us and not the name calling, because I do take offense to that. I just want you to know for the record. And I like to think of myself as a bipartisan person. Now, back to the canvas. Thank you.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Thank you, Larry. I hesitate to approve anything when we don't know the details. This tax fund, we know even if we sell one bag of pot or recreational cannabis, we are going to make some tax dollars. We don't need to wait and see how much we get. We need to do our job, and rather than talk about this for, hours and hours, it's simple. The tax we receive should go directly to address all of the issues that are going to be created by recreational cannabis. And we know there's going to be many. And we've heard from the health department, we've heard from multiple sources. So again, the tax fund should be allocated only to those issues that are related to the use of cannabis. And I feel that today, that's how we should be voting. And we shouldn't put this off and talk about it and debate, because it just makes sense. And we don't want a tax fund where the money can be pulled off into other little pet projects. So let's do the right thing, and let's specify that the tax fund will help the people in the county who are dealing with the results of recreational marijuana. Thank you.
Mr. Frizzalone?
Yeah, a couple comments first. Jackie, you mentioned that the war on drugs is lost, and then maybe we don't need Ms. Burke anymore. The war on drugs is lost. I don't think it's lost. I think we need to continue the fight, and I think we know there are going to be additional issues that come out of this recreational marijuana. I, too, like Steve, don't like voting for taxes, but when I do, we vote for them because we know where they're going to go and what they're going to do. I don't want to vote for something that goes into a black hole to be decided at a later date. That's not the way I roll. So unless we can put something in this resolution to say where this money is going, I'll be a no on the taxes.
Mr. Gould?
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Frizzalone and Ms. Dollinger. If this does pass, there will be additional demands placed upon our health department. They issued a position paper, which I thought was very comprehensive, and not only to the county board, but to the Board of Health, and they enumerated some of the issues and the results of what occurred in other jurisdictions. I think Mrs. Dollinger's motion is well taken, and that the health department is very capable of managing whatever funds would come in, because again, the burden and demand would fall upon the health department. So I'm going to support her motion.
Thank you, Don. Ms. Cook?
Mr. Executive, listening here, it seems like it's the will of the entire board to use the tax money from the sale of cannabis for any repercussions we might encounter. I am not comfortable deciding where that money should go at this time, because we don't know how much, and we don't know where all the effects are going to be felt. There may be places that we do not see right now that might have an effect that could have a big effect. I'm thinking like coroner's office, for example. That's something that we're not earmarking any money for, but that might be a problem there. So just in a quick example, I'm just throwing something out there. Why are you talking over me? Just an example of a place that there might be some repercussions, and we may want to put some money there. I like all the ideas that everybody's saying. I don't feel comfortable voting on where the money should go until we know how much. Thank you.
Mr. Crawlias?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. One of the things that our constituents that we need to be is responsible when we're approaching issues like this, and I see the excitement and the giddiness when we can get our hooks into our constituents' pockets to raise taxes or increase the opportunity to get more taxes. And the one thing I did want to make a point, and maybe this is more to you guys in the gallery that are watching. When's the last time that you heard a politician say, hey, we're going to tax something, but you know what, don't worry about it. We'll figure out what we're going to do with that money and how we're going to do it. And then you made a reference about being comfortable. I can guarantee you our constituents aren't comfortable with us putting things in a holding pattern to determine where we want to use money, and then this discussion just comes out, we're already talking about using it for something else. If we're going to make a decision to allow this type of stuff in our community, then we should offer an opportunity to be able to treat the consequences of allowing this stuff in our community. Thank you.
Ms. Oglato?
Thank you. So I don't see any reason why we should. I don't see any reason why we should not support, at this time, making a specific motion to put the dollars that might be received from the cannabis tax into the public health and safety of our residents. That makes the most sense. The residents then would know where those tax dollars would go. If we do not approve this motion, I'm going to be opposed to the tax because of this reason. If the true reason that we have made recreational marijuana legal in the state of Illinois is to ensure that our residents are buying a product that is safer than what they might purchase on the street, then I believe that we, at our county level, should not add another tax on top of the state tax, because it's going to cost so much more to go to a dispensary to purchase your recreational marijuana than it would be to get it from the black market. I've spoken with various different people in different areas of this thing, and I think that if we want our residents to have something that is safer, we shouldn't tax them out of it. The state has already done that. We're going to be putting an additional burden on them by doing that, and I think that those who are growers, especially the craft growers out there, I know that they are very responsible. They're looking to produce a very good product that is very safe. But if we tax the residents out, they're going to go down the street to the black market where they've currently been getting it because it costs too much money.
Ms. Mulio? Oh,
Am I on? I'm not touching it.
I got you.
Thank you,
Madam.
County Executive Walsh. I would like to echo Amanda Cook's comments. I'll even take it a step further in that not only am I not comfortable earmarking this money for departments that we aren't sure are going to need it yet as a result of this law, it feels a little irresponsible use of taxpayer money that if we don't, we need to see where maybe our sheriff, maybe our health, there's multiple departments that could be affected that are we're going to need to talk to them and see what we can do to help them with this tax money. So that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mustis?
I prefer to see the money set aside for purposes, however that may be, impacts on the county. I'm glad Ms. Cook mentioned the coroner, because there will be additional deaths because of the legalization of marijuana, not only in Will County, but throughout the state. And that's pretty data-driven, additional fatal car accidents and so forth. So we do know this will create additional deaths. Maybe we need that so the coroner can tell us how many cannabis deaths we have. You know, zero. Yeah, you can say zero, but it's not zero. But I do think it should be safeguarded for offsetting impacts on the county agencies, unless it's done some method. I'll be a no on this. I'm just not going to vote for a tax not knowing where it's going to go. So.
Madam Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. Mr. Harris, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the special fund identifies marijuana, cannabis, whatever, and is tied just to that, which to me would include all the ramifications of that, because I would expect that there will be some need for public health and safety, and to me that means not only the health department, but the sheriff's department, the coroner's department, all of those agencies
Judge.
that might need to have some tied to that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I believe then that we have included in that special fund the agencies, and I agree that there is some ramifications and we need to protect people for that and plan the money separately, but I believe by putting it in that special fund, it already ties it to what we want to fix.
Exactly.
Ms. Trenier?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Executive. I promise not to put my hooks into anybody that doesn't buy cannabis. You have to buy it to pay the tax. Don't buy it. Don't shop there. You won't have my hooks in you, grabbing all your wallet money. But the other things I would say was also brought up in committee, and it has not yet been mentioned here on the board floor, is expungement. And there was an article in the paper this week. There are a number of files that will get expunged automatically, but there are some people that are also going to have to apply. And based on their timing need to apply and for whatever reason they might need to get their record cleaned, they may have to actually pay for that to expedite it. I know we're going to do another one of those expungement fairs this next summer, and in those the fees are either waived or reduced, but still, for somebody that can't wait until next summer and they may need some assistance, I mean, there's another area where the money could be used. I think County Board Member Ventura talked about reparations, people that have been hurt by the fact that they were put in jail or fined or whatever for illegal use at the time, and now it is legal. So there's a lot of areas. I do think the Health Department's probably going to be the most deserving, and possibly the Sheriff's Department. But to just make an absolute blanket statement at this point when we don't know how much, they can't spend it anyway. It's not in their budget. So why not just see how much money it is and then make the decision? And that's what the committee voted for, and that's what I'll be supporting here this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Frizzalone?
Once again, let me say the war on drugs rages on. This body has talked about opioids since I've been on the board. We lobbied in Washington to get more money. We're constantly pushing to try to do more drug prevention initiatives to get opioids out. If you look at all of the data that came from the Health Department, Sue did a great job putting all of the data from all of the other areas that have had this. Opioid use went up, opioid deaths went up. They are going to be massively affected, and if Sue'd like to speak, she can, but they are going to be massively affected. I think the money needs to be funneled there right now, and it is not going to be a gold mine. If you saw what Joliet already did, they thought they were going to be in the $1 million range and put that in their budget, which isn't passed. Already downgraded it to $250,000 in tax monies from 2 dispensaries, and even that I think is a high estimate. So there's not going to be tons of dollars, but we're going to have the biggest fight. We still have that fight unless Kathleen Burke can tell us that she doesn't need a job anymore, that it's over with opioids, that we're all good. The money needs to go to the Health Department and to Kathleen Burke. Thank you.
Mr. Dollinger?
I appreciate all the discussion, and I agree that, my thoughts was when we see this line that says County Cannabis Retail Occupation Tax Fund, there's no asterisk there that says we have discussed it and we have made a decision on where it is to go to the public health and safety. So it's still very vague, and there is no commitment that it has to go there because there's nothing in writing. I do believe we need to put an asterisk or something that says it will go to the health and safety of the impact of cannabis and to nothing else. So I can amend it to make the language a little less specific, but I do think we are not committing ourselves to using these funds unless it is specified in the bill. Thank you, or the resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, that fund,
The reason we titled that fund, it gives our staff the ability to establish that fund. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to establish that fund through this resolution and collect the money. So that's why we had that fund. And as we talk about the war on drugs, as we enter this discussion, just recently made news, our sheriff had a big bus of drugs, cannabis, coming from California through our county. So the drug war continues. It was either going through the county or coming to the county. This is from California. So the problem is already here if we want to talk about war on drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balich.
Yeah, as everybody knows, I don't want to tax it, but obviously that isn't going to happen. So, I would say that we need to give the money to the health department. I certainly don't want to give it for reparations for somebody that did something illegal and now they changed the law. I'm not even sure if it's constitutional to do that. But, I'm going to have to be voting what I don't want to because it's the next best thing. But then, that's all.
Okay, no further discussion. We have a motion on. Gloria, you want to?
Let me make a more, can I amend my motion?
I suppose we can. We haven't.
We haven't really. So I'd like to make a motion to have the funds go to the health and safety effects of cannabis. So it leaves it a little broader and not too specific, but yet it's going to be used for just the impact of cannabis on our people. Thank you.
Second by Mr. Tumanello. Everybody understand the motion? All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Oh, sorry.
Ferry.
Mr.
Frizzalone.
Yes.
Newquist.
No.
Ogala.
Yes.
Cook.
No.
Mustis.
Yes.
Rice.
No.
Tyson.
No.
Harris.
No.
Trainier.
No.
Fritz. Mueller.
No.
Gould. Van Dyne.
No.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
No.
Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
No.
Dollinger.
Yes.
Markham.
No.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan.
No.
Tumanello.
Yes.
Weigel. Curlitis.
Yes.
Winfrey. Ferry.
No.
12 affirmative.
12 affirmative, 14 negative, have motion has been denied. So we're on the issue of the 19-355. No, excuse me, 54. Yeah. So, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizzalone.
No.
Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
No more taxes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis.
No.
Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes to user taxes.
Fritz.
No.
Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
No.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Ventura.
Yes.
Dollinger.
No.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
No.
Cowan.
Yes.
Tumanello.
No.
Weigel.
No.
Curlitis.
No.
Winfrey.
Our hooks in taxing more people.
Winfrey's yes.
14 affirmative, 12 negative.
14 affirmative, 19-354 has been adopted. Mr. Harris?
Okay. The next resolution is 19-355. This is approval of a change request for the ERP project with HSO. I so move.
Moved by Mr. Harris, second by Ms. Trainier. Question, Ms. Ogala?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment.
Okay.
So in this entire thought process here with making this change request for the HSO vendor, what I understand is that the HSO vendor was very interested in getting into the government sector of the IT world for ERP solutions. Because of that, they gave us a very low bid on the product. If you do an ERP implementation, you know how long it takes. I was very concerned with the fact that they said they could do this in a year. When I worked at Panduit as a systems analyst, I was a project manager on the ERP for the financial systems. It took Panduit 8 years to implement this. I thought for sure there's no way that we could do it here in a year, even though we have a lot of we don't have modules like manufacturing and things like that. I was cautious about that. I mentioned that, and our group knew that that was the case. But HSO said that they could do it. Now they're coming back because the staff here, they knew our staffing at the time. Our staff here is only able to give so much money. There was no additional project manager hired for this project, and now HSO is coming back and they need an additional $584,000. Now, the original bid was $671,000, so it's nearly the same amount. I understand with the contract going longer, there will be additional time commitment from them, but in the same breath, it's mostly due to time commitment to perform the implementation, because they wouldn't have spent time with our staff if our staff wasn't able to spend time on the project. So I just want to make a very public statement that HSO needs to work very diligently to get the information that they need from our staff in order for this implementation to move forward, because it's a negative to our constituents that they are paying more than what is anticipated. Now, we didn't just choose the D365 project software specifically because of the low cost of HSO, but I think that I have not been shown to see that HSO has done that implementation in a year in other businesses, and I had asked for that. We don't have that information right now today, so I will support this because we have to move forward on this project, but I think that HSO should be aware of the fact that we as a board want them to do all that they need to do to facilitate it for our staff, knowing our staff is small and the different departments and the time requirement needed. I was in IT for nearly 30 years, and I think that's something that they should have known. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Mr. Harris?
Thanks, Ms. Ogala, for those comments. As you know, Judy is our IT ad hoc committee chair. We will be having a joint finance IT committee meeting. It looked like it's going to be February coming up to further discuss this and other issues regarding this project.
Any other questions? Any other questions? We gotta.
Yeah, we gotta get back.
We gotta go. Okay. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizzalone.
Yes.
Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Dollinger. Gloria. Sorry.
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan.
Yes.
Tumanello. Weigel.
Yes.
Crolitis. Winfrey.
Yes. 25 affirmative.
25 affirmatives have 19,355 has been approved.
Okay.
Mr. Harris?
Okay, the next resolution is 19-356, disappropriating grant funds in the sheriff 2020 budget from the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, better known as SCAP. I so move.
Moved by Mr. Harris, second by Ms. Tyson. A question, Mr. Frizzalone?
Yes, sir, thank you. Now, I thought we had a policy here that grants that we got went for either personnel or a program, and if the grant went away, so did the program or the personnel. But I also thought that if we got the grant and put the program in effect, that next year when we got the grant, it continued to pay for the program or the personnel. So last year when we got this grant, I suggested we add 2 new COs to help with overtime, and then that money went for the 2 COs, rather than some tractors or some other things they were going to buy. So this year we get the grant, and we're adding 2 more people. So is this going to be an every year occurrence? Because unfortunately, the first 2 people that we hired last year, their salaries didn't go away. And I thought this grant would continue to pay for those 2 additional people. But if we're going to get in the habit of adding 2 every year, every time we get a little money that pays for 1 year of salary, we're going to be in deep trouble real soon financially. So I will not be voting for this.
Comment, Mr. Harris?
Yes, we did discuss this quite extensively in the Finance Committee meeting, and as you know, this grant, when you apply for it, the personnel is separate. I mean, they already had the 2 employees in their budget for this year's. That's separate from this grant. So in essence, the grant is not financing the salaries for those officers. So that's already been appropriated, it's already been voted to move forward with those CO positions.
What's it financing then?
Pardon me?
What's it financing, the grant? 2 new people. But new people don't just get paid 1 year. They get paid every year they stay with us. So if we have a grant program and we're hiring 2 people, and it cost us whatever, $160,000 or $150,000 for those 2 people, it costs us $150,000 next year, and $150,000 or $170,000 when they get their raises. If we keep doing this, and we did this with all our grant programs, we'd be financially done in a year. You can't keep just saying, oh, we'll hire more with 1 year's worth of salary. And you can say you're already budgeted for it, but we can't keep just budgeting for things that we're getting 1 grant year by year.
We
Otherwise,
are putting this money into their salary line. So when I say
right, for the
budgeted,
2
it's
new
going
people
to their
that,
salary.
for the 2 new people that you're hiring. We hired 2 new people last year.
Well, the
And
2
that's
new
what the
people is
grant money
part of
went
this year's
for.
budget, which was approved. So I think you're mixing the 2.
Well, I'm not mixing the 2, because those salaries continue forever, which will continue to escalate, and that's the point. If we have a grant program, when we get a grant and we establish a program, we don't say, okay, now that program exists forever, and then every time we get that new grant, we'll just add more programs. The idea is the grant would continue to fund what we did the first year. We're not doing that. We're gonna use the money for new things every year when we're getting the same grant every year. Whether you budget more money or not, the point is, that's how we use grant money, for something that we continue to pay for, and when the grant goes away, the program goes away. So theoretically, if the grant went away, the 2 people that we hired should go away.
Dale, you want to make a sheriff's comment?
You guys recall, if you guys recall, in 2017, we did our own study on eliminating the overtime that was a problem in the ADF, and that's the Adult Detention Facility. Mr. Frissalone helped us with that study, and it indicated that we were approximately 20 to 22 people short to alleviate the overtime problem. What this will do is alleviate that even further. We never got the 20 bodies. We're just asking to get to the staffing number we need to alleviate the overtime.
We never did see what the effects were of adding 2 and closing down sections in the jail.
We have burned through the comp time. I did mention to you probably a couple months ago that we're down about 10,000 hours in comp time from bringing these bodies on, which is a liability to the county essentially.
Right. But we haven't been updated on any of that. We know the population went down with the new bond legislation.
It went down approximately 100 bodies. So the one area it did go down is not a huge cost saver to the county. However, if you want to see where we're at, I'd be glad to get you those numbers.
I'm all about the numbers, you know that.
No,
right? But we've never seen anything or results or what's going on.
We needed 20 bodies, we got 2, so we're still way down. And the end goal for you and I is to eliminate the overtime.
Understand.
As a cost savings.
Understand.
You know, I have maybe a slightly different view than Mr. Frizzalone. And by the way, going through that comp time, for those of you who may not always look at those types of issues, that is a very good thing, by the way. And I commend you for getting us through, because comp time creates overtime on occasion, because they can take it and then we're short. So that's also working towards that. Going through that comp time is also going to help us with the overtime once we get it down far enough, I think. And so it's not really a matter of, for me, it's not a matter, these funds are going to be appropriated in the sheriff's salary line item. I don't necessarily associate it with this grant hiring 2 more people. They're hiring 2 more people.
But it says that in the bottom.
I know, and it probably shouldn't have said that in here. It's just that it's going towards salaries, and which was approved in the budget. If you have an issue with the amount of personnel at the sheriff's department, these are sworn officers, then you don't expand the number. I mean, that's how you kind of control that. I mean, if that's was your biggest concern, that's also, I think, is in here somewhere today about the number of sworn officers. So as I see it, this grant just goes to salaries in the budget. If you don't like the number of sworn officers or the increase in sworn officers, then that's what you should maybe talk about, the justification of the additional officers. So I have a little different take on it. But I agree that this money should be appropriated into the salary line items of the sheriff's department. So we make sure it doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't.
No, I agree with that.
So perhaps you shouldn't have associated this with 2 more hires. You know, it should just be for salaries and helps fund correction officers. That's all. And the additional correction officers use the justification for that with the study that we did, what it's going to take to eliminate the overtime. Maybe we need to redo that a little bit, because when we did it, all pods were open. It's a little bit, the census is a little down in the adult center. So, you know, that's, well, I would suggest that don't necessarily associate it, and then in the future, just show it being appropriated to the salary line items for correction officers. And you won't upset Mr. Frizzalone.
Mr. Harris, is that grant money in a salary
Yes.
line item?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Put that hand out. Ms. Ventura?
I just wanted to say that I agree with Jim in the fact that I do think we should look at that, what the needs are, so that we can continue to lower the overtime costs, and if that means bringing on new officers where they need to be at. I think that's wise and good governing. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Previous roll call? Ms. Trainier, second, Ms. Cook. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Contrary? Mr. Frizzalone, you will aye or yes? Okay. Motion carried. Mr. Harris.
The next resolution is 19-357. This is authorizing a temporary loan to the County Highway Tax Fund 220 from the Motor Fuel Tax Fund 222. I so move.
Second. Any discussion? Please, by Mr. Sumanello, second by Ms. Berkowitz. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Contrary, motion has carried. Mr. Herrera?
The last resolution is 19-358. This is authorizing the county executive to execute necessary documents for the delinquent tax program. I so move.
Moved, but second by Ms. Winfrey. Any discussion, Approved by Mr. Muster, second by Ms. Dollinger. All in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Contrary, motion has carried.
The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for January 7th, 2020 at 10 a.m. I'd like to wish everyone a happy holiday. I'll see you next year. Concludes my report. This is a wrap.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next up, Public Works Transportation Committee, Mr. Van Dyne, Chairman.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, still morning. It won't be for long.
We have, this morning, we have 12 items to consider, starting with number 1, 19-359, adoption of the Will County motor fuel tax. This tax is a 4-cent...
Got to get on the floor.
I'm sorry. I make a motion.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Mueller. And, okay, Mr. Van Dyne.
Thank you. This before you is a possible 4-cent per gallon of motor fuel sold, the tax sold in retail within Will County for the purpose of use of consumption and not for the purpose of resale. The proceeds from this tax shall be used by Will County solely for the purpose of operating, constructing, and improving public highways and waterways. As you know, Mr. Walsh, 63% of our semi-truck traffic does not originate from Will County and is not.
Let's let the chairman have the floor.
And their final destination is not in Will County. I think it's a great opportunity to capture money from this traffic and lessen the burden on the constituents from Will County. In 2017, the 2040 transportation plan adopted by this board showed a $1.3 billion in shortfall. I think it's important to be proactive instead of reactive in providing safe roads for our residents. So therefore, I will be in favor of the gas tax.
Thank you. I got a list here of about 6 people that from the public that wants to talk about gas tax, and so we'll bring them down first and hear what they have to say, and then we'll go back to the county board members. Yes, yeah. First up is Regina Robinson.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I have one word about yet another tax.
Hold the mic down. Yeah.
And sorry, I have a cold.
No, don't.
I have one word about yet another tax. This is pathetic. Raise taxes. For those of you who aren't paying attention, taxpayers, the very ones you need to pay all of these taxes that the state keeps imposing on us, are fleeing this state. Are you paying attention? You do not learn from the city of Chicago debacle where they so smugly raised the cigarette tax and thought that would be their saving grace to fill their budget hole? Did you not learn from the Cook County debacle when they so smugly raised the tax on soda pop and thought that would be their answer to their tax problems? The end result? Both taxes had to be recalled because people went over county lines for their goods, as they will for this gas tax. By imposing this gas tax, you are hurting our businesses too. You vote along party lines. This I don't get. My husband and I don't always agree. Please don't tell me that you don't always agree with your children, your spouse, your co-workers. Are you kidding me? Think for yourselves. This isn't about being a Democrat or a Republican. Let me point out to all of you who aren't paying attention, those lines are blurring anyway. Union votes, social votes, party votes, we are all taxpayers, and we are all losing ground, as most of the rest of the country's prospering. Let me do the math for you. No taxpayers equal no money. People flee this state and you're losing money. They flee this state because of the taxes. Why is this so hard for all of you to see? Why are you all so deaf and uncaring about the people that you represent? A yes vote for this gas tax will prove your disregard for your constituents. There can be no other explanation. I don't know a single person that wants another tax imposed on them. Deficits, you say? The problem is the spending. The problem is the spending, which is on all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I think is it Jerry Howard? Morning, Jerry.
Afternoon, almost.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to say anything better than the last lady. I'm a typical Will County taxpayer. I would like to see pension reform instituted before any new taxes are instituted or any existing taxes are raised. I'm going to share some personal financial information about myself that I haven't shared with anybody yet. I'm going to do it in a very formal setting here. I got married in '93 with my wife. We're still married, got 4 kids. Our household income was about $50,000 in '93. Now my household income is just under $100,000. I want to retire early. I've been contributing to Social Security like everybody here has to the tune of about 12%. 6% that I'm paying and 6% that an employer pays, which is my money. And after 46 years of that, I am able to retire with 30% of that income, which is about $30,000 a year. I'm not quite as ambitious as Mr. Walsh. I want to retire well before 66. So in our mid-20s, my wife and I decided to open up an IRA. And that will allow us to retire at 59 if I could find the places to invest that money and grow that money, because our employers, and here's where we have worked over the years, Aldi, they match 4%. And when we started making $50,000 a year, that's $2,000 a year. What kind of options would I have to retire like that? Hobby Lobby, 4%, they match also. Dollar General on 53, 4%. And Prairie Creek also contributes the first 4%. I don't know how a couple of my friends that work for the county have retired at the age of 51. I don't understand. So over the time, of course, if you listen to Mr. Burko in our local Herald News, if you listen to Dave Ramsey on another local WJOL station. They say, you better put 15% away. So from the age of 25 up to my age of 50 now, 51 almost, my wife and I are, I'm very proud to say, we are now putting away 15% into an IRA. So now I could retire possibly at 59 and a half. That's not bad. I don't have a problem working until 59 and a half, but I'll just see my wife retire early. So do the math for a second. 12% Social Security we're putting away, 15% in our IRA. 27% of my money is going to retirement. I don't want another tax. But 59 and a half, like I said, I want my wife to retire earlier. So guess what? We're taking another 5% of our income. We make 90-some thousand a year. We're bringing home a little over 55 a year, mostly because it's going to our retirement. Again, I want pension reform. So we're bringing home $4,500 a month, and my wife's going to kill me when she knows I'm sharing this stuff. And now we're taking that 5% as of about 2009 when there was a huge market sell-off, and we're putting that into a Vanguard indexed S&P 500 fund, which has done phenomenal. Maybe my wife could retire, but think about it. Add it up, 12% in Social Security, 15% in my IRA, and now an additional 5% because we got to bridge the gap because we can't touch our IRA till we're 59 and a half. 31% of the money we're putting away for retirement. And my kids wonder why they don't have Uber this or a lot of other things other kids have. It's because of, and by the way, $100,000, I'm proud of that. I know there's a lot of people that make $100,000 with themselves, but my household income is about 96 or 7. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker why we need pension reform. I've got 2 friends who have retired, and one was a Will County cop, 51. One worked at the Will County Highway Department, retired at the age of 50. What kind of pile of money do they have to have setting aside to retire at that age? Because I could tell you, I hope to have $800,000 put away in my IRA when I turn 59 and a half. All the experts say you could pull out 5%. That's $40,000 a year. My Social Security should give me 30. That's 70% of my income, that's $70,000 a year. But I'm putting away 32%. But here's the kicker. I got a kid that wanted to go to college. We went to a FAFSA meeting at Joliet Central, where he goes, where I graduated, where my wife graduated. When they saw what I had in my Vanguard fund, well, about $30,000, I did not qualify for any FAFSA money. I got penalized for trying to do the right thing and retire early. I've got other friends that have no money in a mutual fund that's not qualified money that they could spend on whatever they want. I put it away for retirement, and I got no money. I got penalized. I'm not for raising taxes. I'm definitely not for new taxes. I'd like to see pension reform. I'd like to know how my friends retired at the age of 51. Have they put away well over 31% of their money? I don't think so. Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Board.
Thank you. Next up, I think it's John Walters. Is there John Walters? Is there somebody close to John Walters? Okay, yeah, okay. Next, Rick Curtis.
Jackie, we're neighbors. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So just to talk about something that Jackie said earlier today. She said the Chevy Volt was a very, very popular car. So just a point of order on that, that car was discontinued by GM last November. So the gas tax is a regressive tax that hurts the lower class and the most economically vulnerable people. I have met with over 100 Will County residents over the last 5 years through my ministry work at the Sanctuary Church in Romeoville. Over those last 5 years, I've handed out close to $100,000 to help the economically challenged people of Will County. I have personally met with these individuals. I want to talk about 3 of these individuals. The first is Diana. She is a family of 4 who is waiting on child support from her deadbeat husband and can't afford to make rent. The second person is from Susan from Joliet. She's a waitress at Cracker Barrel. She works on minimum wage and she works at getting tips. She also can't make rent. Then there's Michelle from Joliet. I believe, Rachel, she's in your district. I don't know, Annette, I don't know. But she's a family of 5 whose husband lost his job and they needed groceries to feed the kids. Now, when they come to me, this isn't about needing $1,000. This is about needing $200 to survive, $300 to survive. And it's not just a handful of people, it's hundreds of people, okay? The middle class, we heard it earlier from the 2 folks earlier. They said, we're not happy, and they're shoppers. You know they're shoppers. What do? They'll go to the gas station that's a penny cheaper. In Will County, you know where they go? They go to Hammond, Indiana, where it's 70 cents cheaper per gallon because of the difference in the fuel tax. Okay? Mr. Van Dyne, I'm in the transportation business as well. Okay? I do a lot of business with transportation companies in Will County, in Cook County, in the Midwest. And I can assure you that the average mile length that a trucker runs regionally is 500 miles. So anywhere in 500 miles he can fill up, not just in Will County, okay? Secondly, long haul guys, it's 1,000 miles. They have 150-gallon tanks on their trucks. They're not filling up here when they're passing through. I can assure you of that, okay? So like I said, the middle class shops. You know what the rich do? You heard it. You know what the 1%ers do? They move. They move and they move out. So then you're left with a regressive tax that hurts the economically viable people. They're vulnerable. And I can assure you, out of all the people that I met with over the last 5 years, 99.9% of them were women. Okay? That means that tax that you're proposing is a very sexist tax. It keeps the underclass enslaved to the Pritzker plantation. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Dieters.
I suddenly feel short. My name's Patty Dieters. I'm a New Lenox resident. I'm concerned about the gas tax. The state of Illinois raised the gas tax to 38 cents from 19 cents, making Illinois the 3rd highest in the nation. I have yet to hear what road improvements are scheduled to be done that you don't have the funding for. I haven't seen anything. What have the township said that they need immediately done? It was my understanding that you actually have less roads to take care of than you did even 10 years ago because they've been incorporated into the villages. I want to know what studies or recommendations the townships have given you. I want to know why you need my money. I mean, this is a tax on me, this is a tax on the moms, we have to drive our kids around. I've had my kids' bus service canceled because the bus is too expensive, so now I have to drive my kids to school. You gotta pick your kids up from school, you gotta drive your kids to, you know, you're driving everywhere. I think it's a tax on the residents. I don't think it's a tax on the truckers. I think it's a tax on the parents and the middle-class people and the lower-class people in this county. I think you're taking money away from working families. You're taking away money from working mothers. The average citizen in Will County will now pay more than $300 in new taxes. My income has not gone up over $300 to cover these new taxes. Rich people don't miss $300 a year. I miss $300 a year. $300 a year in my family is a huge amount of money. So maybe the county's like, oh, but only our portion is $70. $70 is a lot of money in my house. As a gentleman said beforehand, the people who are going to be suffering are not asking for, they need another $1,000 a month. They need $70 to buy groceries. They need $70 to pay for something for their kids. They need something else. This is a lot of money to the residents and to the working people in Will County. I don't think you understand that. We cannot afford any more taxes put on us. I don't see the truckers paying these taxes, and to say it's just the truckers, it's such a small portion. It's the people who live here. Not only that, I live in New Lenox, they throw a 2% tax on everything you guys tax. I just think this tax is punishing the people who live in this county, and I hope that you vote no. So just take that into consideration. I think you're punishing the people in the working class families, and I think you should stick up for the working class families that you say that you represent, because I don't think you do.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public want to talk? Come on. She's your friend.
Sir, thank you very much for letting me speak. I'll keep it brief. I do plan on coming back up here in a few minutes. I just want to let you know, I'm kind of a broke person, and every dollar matters to me. But guess what? When I got run off I-80 and I had like $3,000 worth of car damage, boy, that was hard to recuperate. Every pothole, every bit of damage, all throughout Will County, maybe not right on 80, but that all affects working families, families that don't have the money to get new tires or a new vehicle. So this extra $5 a month or whatever it's going to cost me so I don't have to do $3,000 worth of repairs on my car soon, I'm happy to pay that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any others? Okay. Judy O'Gala.
Thank you. I do appreciate all the board members that took the time to set up a town hall meeting so that the residents in their area could hear from the county's...
Speak into your
I know I don't speak loud enough for you, Larry.
You're so soft, the people can't...
All right. I got to get a louder voice. I think Ken Harris had that same problem. Those of us who chair and are vice chair of the IT committee do not speak loud enough, so I will speak louder. Okay, I had said I wanted to thank all the county board members who did host town hall meetings in their communities so that the residents could hear what our director of the highway department and other staff members had to say about a possibility of a gas tax here in Will County. What I did find at the town hall meeting in my district was that if you looked at the people who were there were, say, 20 people in the room, but of those, there were actually just 6 residents. The rest were elected officials and staff members. So those 6 residents were able to make it out. So when I looked at doing one myself in my district, I decided that what made the most sense was to put this information out there publicly. So I wrote a document and I put it out on Facebook and I put it into the letter to the editor to the paper that the people in my district read. And because there's a lot of confusion on this. So when we're talking about a Will County gas tax, we're talking about Will County roads and bridges. We're not talking about I-80. We're not talking about I-55. Those are federal roads. We're not talking about roads in municipalities or roads in townships. We're talking about county roads. I also want to make sure before I start is that everyone should be aware of the fact that when the state of Illinois imposed an additional 19 cents to the current state gas tax, that all municipalities and all townships will be receiving additional funding because of that 19 cents. So that means all the townships, all municipalities, and Will County itself will be receiving more dollars. Part of the letter to the editor, I'm not going to read the entire thing, was to clarify this for our residents. The Will County Highway Department, Department of Transportation, currently receives two sources of funding. One is MFT, motor fuel tax, and the other one is the RTA, which is the Regional Transportation Sales Tax. Of that, currently, we get approximately $9 million a year for our roads. The RTA tax, we get approximately $23 million. Half of that, 11.5 million, is used for road and bridge improvements. The other half we use for paying up debt bonds for public health and safety capital projects. With the additional 19 cents that the state has imposed, bringing our state gas tax to 38 cents, Will County is expected to receive, on top of the money we already get, an additional $6.2 million annually. Another thing that not everyone was aware of when I was out speaking was that the state gas tax, as the county tax, if it's approved, would be indexed to the CPI. CPI is a consumer price index. What does that mean to the resident? It means if the CPI goes up, so will this gas tax. So this gas tax is not going to remain at 38 cents or 4 cents here in Will County. It will continue to increase as the CPI increases. If you look at the CPI basically increases nearly every single year. In addition to that, Governor Pritzker has also put a bond program in place for additional infrastructure revenue. Those bond dollars are expected to be paid out over the next 3 to 6 years. Will County is expected to receive $23 million from that bond program. My residents in eastern Will County are very concerned about a project where tax dollars have been wasted for decades, which is the Peatone Airport. In this legislation that they hope to take these tax dollars is an interchange at I-57 and Eagle Lake Road. If you look at that area there, there's nothing but homes and farms. That interchange improvement would lead onto township roads. If you look at the interchange at Mone, Manhattan, and the interchange at Peatone, Wilmington Road, both of those interchanges are in dire need of infrastructure improvement. There are potholes, there have been numerous accidents there, and the Village of Mone is adding a new truck stop there, and the Village of Peatone hopes to add a new truck stop at the Peatone-Wilmington exit. So it would make sense that we look at the dollars that we're spending and spend them wisely. Everyone knows that Will County will always have an endless list of road projects that need to be done. That's a given. But same thing like us looking at our home improvements. We'll have something else that needs to get done in our house. But as county residents, we don't have an endless pot of money we can draw from to pay more in taxes. I believe the additional $6.2 million annually plus the $23 million in bonds to be paid over the next 3 to 6 years is enough. Because there has to be a moment when elected officials say, enough, no more taxes. Therefore, I do oppose the gas tax. I then asked everybody to please take a moment and write a letter or send an email in to the county board members that many of us received, that we received in our county board packet. In addition to the fact I did attend various different meetings and events in my district, and I asked them, I put this document before them, and I said, the Will County Board countywide gas tax, do you support a new gas tax? Do you oppose a new gas tax, or don't you have any opinion at this time? I have 117 names and addresses of people who signed this, and they are all signed it in the opposed column. I only had 2 people say that they didn't want to sign. I think that this information that we have here is pretty significant as to the impact of how our residents feel. And I do want to reiterate that the biggest impact will be to our senior citizens who are on a fixed income, many of them just living on Social Security. Yet their property taxes go up every single year. If they live in a mobile home community, as we do have in my area, that mobile home monthly rate goes up every single year. Their Social Security does not go up every single year to meet those needs. This also impacts our low-income families. Our low-income families who are living week by week just to try and get by, to pay the rent, to pay for the food. And another group that nobody has mentioned is our young teen drivers. So those kids who are just getting their driver's licenses and have their job at McDonald's or somewhere that a young teen might work, or even at Menards, they now will be paying this additional dollars. So not only will any semi who decides to stop and get gas in Will County, but everyone who gets gas in Will County. One more thing that my constituents said in County Board District 1 is that they are so happy they live near the border of Indiana. Those in the southern portion are so happy that they live near Kankakee County. And that's where they tell me they already go there now because they're not going to pay more taxes to Will County. So I think that we need to really look at this and understand the fact that we are getting more money. Don't think that we aren't getting more money. We'll be getting, if it's paid out over 6 years, the $23 million, that's approximately $3.8 million on top of the $6.2 million. So that's nearly an additional $10 million we'll be getting if it's paid out over 6 years, on top of what we currently get from our motor fuel tax and the RTA tax. I think that's enough. I think we need to say no at this time. If it's some future date, there becomes another need, possibly look at it again, but I think we need to say no. I think that we have additional monies from this tax, and I think that you guys should listen to the voice of the people. I have 117 signatures, names and addresses, plus all the ones that we've received in our mail. We've received a lot of negative responses. Thank you.
Mr. Paraliades.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I just wanted to point out, first of all, thank you, Judy, for that information. And then I just wanted to point out that what you saw here today with these folks, thank you for coming up and speaking with us, but I've had overwhelming opposition to this tax increase. People are upset about what the state of Illinois has done. One guy, one of my constituents said, I can't believe how dumb the state of Illinois is, and I can't believe that you guys are willing to double down on dumb. And that was his statement. Because of this and I don't want to heap more confiscatory burdens on our neighbors. I think enough is enough. I can't believe that we're actually here debating this, because if you even bother to look around or ask questions, you're going to see that people are tired of taxes. I put out a little poll in my district, and it was a bipartisan poll. And ironically, and I think I mentioned this before, the Democrats came out higher as far as their concern on taxes than the Republicans. And that's odd, because the assumption is that, we want less taxes. So it's a bipartisan situation, and it's going to affect everybody in the pocketbook. And and the lady that came up here first, she says, and I wrote this down, are we paying attention? And ma'am, my response to you is no, many of us are not paying attention, because this wouldn't be up here for debate if we were. With that involved, I don't think we're hearing the people's voices, and I would like to offer up a motion to have a referendum on this fuel tax. Unless, of course, there's fear of what they'll find out, what the voters really think of this. Now, it was told to me that, this referendum is going to be costly. But we don't care about the cost that we're perpetrating on the citizens in our communities. So, again, I just want to reemphasize, I want to put up for motion
I second the motion.
a referendum on this fuel tax.
Mary?
It's not on the agenda. There's no item on the agenda for a referendum.
Put the gas tax on there, we can't sway somebody.
It is, but you have to, in order to, we would need a resolution and everything to move forward with a referendum. I think it's a separate enough issue.
It's about a gas tax.
Yeah, what do you mean separate enough? I'm sorry, I'm just...
According to the state's attorney, that's out of order.
I'd like to make a motion to remove this and send it back to the executive committee.
Okay. Motion made. Down.
Second.
Yeah.
Second. Any discussion? Yep. Any discussion? Mr. or Ms. O'Gala?
Yeah, I would just like Steve to clarify what he's removing and would like to remove and send back to executive committee.
I'd like to have this go back for discussion in executive committee, and I brought this up at committee before, and it seems to be overlooked, like a lot of things I say. But every time you raise that gas tax, the people that live in town and buy goods, they're paying for it. The trucks have a fuel surcharge. So businesses that send out cars to deliver things, or trucks, they're passing it on to the people that buy it. So, you know, I think we need to have a real good discussion, so I want to send back to the executive committee so we can have a better discussion. Bring up all the issues, because we're not really talking about everything right now.
Motion and second. Any discussion on Mr. Van Dyne?
All the information about this topic has been provided for many months. There's been plenty of opportunity, many town hall meetings to talk to, and plenty of time to talk to their constituents. I consider this another stall tactic, and I will not be in favor of sending it back.
Point of order, Larry. I did 2 town halls, and I did a survey on Facebook with 1,700 people, saying 90% say no.
Okay.
So we've done our due diligence.
Okay.
I say let's call for the vote.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll with a vote. Mr. Balich has sent a motion to send back to the executive committee for further discussion and
Barry?
No.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
No.
O'Gala?
Yes.
Cook?
No.
Moostis?
Yes.
Rice?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Harris?
No.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Mueller?
No.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
Abstain.
Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
No.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
No.
Tumanello?
Yes.
Weigel? Curlitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
No.
Mm-hmm.
12 affirmative, 13 negative, 1 abstention.
motion was denied. Now, we're back Ms. Ventura, you wanted to talk on
Yes.
the issue?
Yes. Will County roadways have sustained more damage than other municipalities in the United States because we have the world's largest inland port, Center Point, in our backyard. The massive warehouses draw elevated levels of truck traffic and pollution to our neighborhoods. According to our friendly freight mobility study from 2015, 380 million tons of freight traverse through Will County every day, with 17,000 trucks traveling per day just on 80 alone. Some of our state and federal elected officials have done a good job in securing funding for our infrastructure improvements, but the cost to repair county roads falls on property owners. Recently, Republican board members have raised opposition about this proposed gas tax, but they have done nothing to offer alternative funding mechanisms to adequately repair our roads. In the past, Republicans have controlled the Will County Board and allowed roads to go unrepaired and shifted the cost onto property tax owners. In addition to taxing homeowners, Republicans have allowed these large warehouses to dodge paying property taxes by creating warehouse tip districts. So today, the board is faced with the decision to implement a user tax on motor fuel and to repair our roads. While the proposed tax would bring an estimated $12 per fill-up from trucks, it is estimated only to affect passenger cars by about 40 or 60 cents per fill-up, or $28 a year. We cannot oppose a tax on trucks only, per the state law. The tax would have to be on all motor fuel sold in Will County, including passenger cars and, of course, trucks. So while I am in 100% support of raising road maintenance revenues primarily from the heavy users of our roadways, like our trucks, I cannot support this proposed raising of gasoline tax on top of what the state has already increased without being prepared to decrease the property tax levy for our county roads. My goal in taxation would be to ensure that Will County homeowners experience a decrease in their property tax, and the burden of paying for road maintenance is shifted to those heavy users, in effect switching the burden from property tax to a user tax. Therefore, I cannot support this increase until the county board is prepared to provide property tax relief to the Will County homeowners at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Mueller.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Executive Walsh. I just wanted to let everybody know that some of the feedback I got from residents was, why aren't we charging impact fees on all the new construction we've had over the last 10 years? And after doing a little digging, I came across an impact fee study that this board, I assume, paid for to have done and then did not decide to enforce or use. Over 66% of our county roads are 50 years old or over. Only over 22% are over 70 years old. We're driving on roads that are designed for Will County as it was 50 years ago. It's time we update this, especially for the safety of our residents. I understand no one wants to pay another tax. $70 is a lot in my house, and we make less than $75,000 a year in my household. However, I did check out the gas prices over in Hammond, Indiana, and in Kankakee, and I'm pleased to report they are 10 cents higher than gas near the county building today. So I understand people think folks are going to leave town to buy gas. It's just not less expensive somewhere else. That's the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, County Executive. Good afternoon. Hope you brought your dinner. I do wish the resident from Bolingbrook that said he was my neighbor was still here, because he really should hear these discussions and understand what's going on. I know he did not come to the public information meeting that Ken Harris and I had at Bolingbrook, or I would have met him there. We are spending just our portion on the Weber Road interchange, $45 million. That's more money than we take in 1 year, even under this new system. We had to save for years to be able to do that, and we have to bond out and pay interest on the parts we don't have up front, which makes the cost of the road even more expensive. To the discussion that the truck stops aren't going to stop in Will County, boy, don't we wish that would be true. Holy moly, we got 2 brand new ones right in Bolingbrook, Romeoville, right on 53. There's a brand new one, what is it called, Loves, that's going to be built along 80. These new truck stops are popping up everywhere. For somebody to tell me that the trucks aren't going to fuel up, well, I don't know what else they're doing there. You know, they got to be getting gas somewhere. It'd be nice to assume that a trucker could figure out exactly where they were going to fuel up at the beginning of the week when they start out on their journey, but I doubt that they, you know, are looking at it that closely. They're trying to make a deadline and get their materials where they need to go. Kicking the can down the road just makes every one of these repairs that my colleague Ms. Mueller mentioned even more expensive. 20 and 70 and 50-year-old roads, every year we wait, they get more expensive because the cost of building that road doesn't go down. People are upset about the gas tax at the state going up after like 19 years with no increase. They should consider themselves lucky. 19 years, no increase? What a deal they got. I'm going to be supporting the gas tax. We need to fix the roads in Will County now and save our residents car repair money.
Ms. Cowan?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I did the math. I've done a lot of hard thinking about the gas tax and talked to a lot of constituents about it and did my own personal math. It'll cost me less than 50 cents a week, which is less than $30 a year. Let's be totally honest. There have been times in my life when an extra 30 bucks was going to make or break the bank. And hearing that I had to spend another 30 bucks would have caused me extreme stress and heartache. I'm fortunate not to be in that position today, but I understand there are people in Will County in that position. My parents are in their 70s. They've been small business owners and worked for themselves for most of their lives, and despite saving scrupulously and working hard, they will probably never retire. The crunch on the middle class is real. That being said, my job here today is to think long-term. I want to clear up a couple of misconceptions in that arena. Research shows that people move to areas for 3 key reasons: good jobs, good schools, and safe communities. When they leave areas, it's because there's another area that has better in those 3 categories. I'd also like to clear up the misconception that people are, quote, fleeing Illinois. The stats show that actually population loss, people moving out of Illinois, happens at the same or slightly better rate than it does in any other state in the nation. We're about dead even with every other state. The reason our population is decreasing at a higher rate than other states is because we are not attracting new residents. It's because our birth rate is low, because our immigration rate is low, and because our migration rate is low compared to other states. That's why Illinois is losing population. Therefore, in order to stop that population decrease, we need to focus on the things that draw people to areas: good jobs, good schools, and safe communities. Underpinning all 3 of these things, a necessary precursor to all 3 of these things, is a safe and modern infrastructure system. While Will County is growing, we need to protect our economic growth by supporting infrastructure. To that end, I'd like to note that the Center for Economic Development in Will County has offered a letter of support for a 4-cent gas tax. I consider them an independent source of good information about what will be the best economic plan long-term for Will County. As such, I will be supporting a 4-cent gas tax.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Freslow?
Thank you. I'd just like to clear up a couple of things. Ms. Ventura mentioned I-80. I-80 is not a county road. I don't know how many times we have to say that. But you want to use that all the time to make it sound like this tax is going to go and confuse the people that it's going toward I-80. It is not. And when you talk about in the past, the board has done this or that, the board has passed a 5-year road plan every year I've been here, and funded it every year I've been here, and maybe some of our elder statesmen can tell us how many years back that goes, but we always fund the 5-year plan. We are going to get $10 million this year, extra, over what we've had before. I don't understand why people can't see that we should take that money, see what else we can do, and then look at it next year. There's such a rush to make a money grab right after people were jammed with the 19 cents, which is actually more like 20, because they taxed the tax in state. This tax will be taxed as well. So there'll be a tax on both the state tax, gas tax, and our gas tax. There'll be sales tax on top of that. And when you talk about state numbers of people leaving, I mean, obviously, you know, there's all kinds of numbers out there. It is a fact that we're losing on average about 45,000 people a year net, which means we're going to lose at least one congressman next census, possibly two. That's not good, and I don't care what anybody says, it's the tax burden. Anybody you talk to say, I'm done with this. They're moving over the border because of the tax burden. I myself look at the numbers and say, how long could I do this once I get into retirement? I'll be looking for some other place to go down the line, but thank you.
Ms. Newquist?
Well, I live in the far eastern side of the county. I'm almost to Indiana. I could easily go to Dyer, Indiana for my gas, but I don't, for 3 reasons. One is the traffic is terrible. 2 is the gas prices really aren't lower. I mean, for the most part, the gas prices stay the same. I mean, gas station owners want to be competitive, and they're not going to price themselves out of the market. But the 3rd reason I don't go is because the roads are in terrible shape. So, I mean, you get what you pay for.
Thank you. Ms. Berkowitz?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I had a town hall meeting, and it had a great attendance. We were very happy with it. I want to thank the county staff again for coming and taking time out of their day to meet with our residents. There was an residing consensus in that room that they do not support an additional new motor fuel tax. In the last 24 hours, my inbox has been flooded with emails regarding the motor fuel tax and recreational cannabis, and they are all very, very strongly against both issues. I wish we could take a look and see what this impact is on our sales tax receipts. We have a lot of people that are now, just to prove a point, in addition to saving money, going over to Indiana, buying their gas, buying their groceries, buying their clothing, doing all of their shopping, just to send the message that they're tired of these ever-increasing taxes. So for that reason, I have to listen to my constituents, and I agree, and I understand the message they're sending to me. That is why I cannot support this tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. I just want to say that I will be in favor of this resolution for the motor fuel tax to promote more good-paying jobs in Will County and to promote safety on the roads. And Mr. Executive, will you call the question?
I'd like to just touch on a number of things. You know, there's times when there's additional revenue necessary. This is just not one of those times. You know, we have approximately $70 million in reserves for roads. We are getting an additional $10 million. We're going to get another over that five-year period. We will get in excess of $200 million. Actually, I think with the reserves and the 5-year revenue stream currently, we will have, I don't know, approximately $350 million, $400 million available for roads in the next 5 years, and you think you need more, you can't spend it that quickly. we're not capable of even doing that many jobs. So I think putting on a gas tax is certainly premature. I'd also like to address something Ms. Ventura said, when she said Republicans gave tips. Counties don't give tips, number one. So we never gave a tip. And two, we do give tax abatements, and almost all those tax abatements were supported by the Democratic caucus because they were in Democratic districts. So when you start accusing the Republicans of giving away tax dollars, you should, because for me, I'll vote against every tax abatement that ever comes down the road, because none of them are in my district. And they're carefully looked at, and it's for economic development, and it creates jobs. So when you start pointing the finger and actually saying the Republicans did this, you are absolutely incorrect. You know what? That doesn't matter. It was supported by the Democratic caucus. Don't say you had the majority. And you have the majority now, and what it shows to me, you got a majority that just want to tax and spend. That's what I see on that side. How's that? Because you're the majority.
Oh, you know what?
What did he say? What did Jim say?
I'm just trying to be nice, that's all, Jim.
And I'm trying to be real and factual. Whether you like.
Mr. Van Dyne, you come close. Mr. Van Dyne.
I'm sorry?
You want to make final statement?
Yeah, I would like to say that the potential road improvements that we're looking at are not cheap. River Road, for example, 4 miles, it was built in 1980, almost $30 million to reconstruct for 4 miles of road. A lot of these potential improvements are in Judy Ogala's district. Extension of Cremoni Road east to Illinois Route 394, 2.5 miles of new alignment, $24 million. $19 million for 1.8 mile new alignment for the extension of Cremoni Road southerly to Illinois Route 50. We can go on and on. There's a list of projects here, and we're talking multi-million dollars. So once again, I will be in favor of the gas tax. Call the question.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Harry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
No.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala?
I do want to say to Mr. Van Dyne, just because the majority of the projects are in my district, that's irrelevant of the fact. I have a lot of county roads, I have a unincorporated area, much more than a lot of the rest of you who live in municipalities, or your district is entirely in municipalities. Even so, you have to recognize the fact that we are getting more money from our county, from the state gas tax. We'll get more money from our bonds. Our residents do not need to pay more money because there is no end to the amount of money that we will need for roads. So there has to come a time when there's a limit. No.
Okay. Cook?
Yes.
Mustis?
No.
Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
No.
Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
No.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
No.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
No.
Ventura?
No.
Dollinger?
No.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
No.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello?
No.
Weigel?
No.
Krolitis?
No.
Winfrey?
Yes.
Affirmative, 13 negative.
13, I vote aye.
14 affirmative, 13 negative.
Motion carried.
Moving on, 19-360, confirming award to contract various contractors, county-wide maintenance material, all county board districts, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Rice. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizalone? Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis? Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier? Fritz? Mueller? Gould? Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
Yes.
Dollinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello? Weigel?
Yes.
Krolitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
Yes. 24 affirmative.
24 affirmative. Motion carried. Continue, Mr. Van Dyne.
19-361, confirming award of contract to various contractors, county-wide maintenance material, all county board districts, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Cowan. Any questions? Any question? Previous roll by Ms. Dollinger, second by Ms. Berkowitz. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried.
19-362, confirming award to contract to various contractors for various aggregate, all county board districts, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Cook. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Ms. Parker, second by Ms. Fritz. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
19-363, adopting IDOT resolution for improvement by county under the Illinois Highway County for the countywide maintenance material, all county board districts, using MFT funds, $4,399,520, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Tyson. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ms. Rice, second by Ms. Newquist. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary, motion has carried.
19-364, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for design engineering services with Hutchinson Engineering for the intersection of Briggs Street, County Highway 54, and Mills Road, County Highway 51, County Board District 8, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Winfrey. Any question? Any question? Previous roll by Mr. Ferry, second by Mr. Markham. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion is carried.
19-365, granting ingress and egress for a vacant lot on Laraway Road, County Board District 2, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Mr. Musis. Any questions? Any questions? Previous roll by Mr. Gould, second by Mr. Weigel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
19-366, authorizing approval of the establishment of altered speed zone 576, County Board District 3 and 13, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Ventura. Any questions? Any questions? Previous roll by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Brooks. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
19-367, authorizing approval of the establishment of altered speed zones, County Board District 8, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Ms. Winfrey. Any question? Any question? Previous roll by Mr. Brooks, second by Ms. Parker. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary, motion is carried.
19-368, authorizing the county executive to execute an intergovernmental agreement for improvements on Briggs Street, the County Highway 54, from the I-80 westbound ramps north to Washington Street, County Board District 8, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Mr. Brooks. Any question? Any question? Previous roll by Ms. Berkowitz, second by Ms. Dollinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion.
And I'd like to be a yes.
Oh, okay. Mr. Van Dyne.
19-369, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for the design engineering services with Robinson Engineering, 143rd Street from Lamont Road to Bell Road, County Board District 7, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, Dan, second by Mr. Balich. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Mr. Frizzalone, seconded by Mr. Tumanello. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
And 19-370, providing title commitment reports for use by county from Wheatland Title Company for Bell Road from 151st Street North to Martingale Lane, County Board District 7, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Dyne, second by Mr. Balich. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Mr. Frizzalone, second by Ms. Ogala. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
Thank you. And as a reminder, there will be no meeting in January due to the first of the year. So our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for February 6, 2020 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Dyne. Next up, the Judicial Committee, Mr. Markham, Chairman.
Thank you again, Mr. Executive. My Christmas present to everybody is we have no business. So our next meeting is scheduled for January 7th at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Next up, Public Health and Safety Committee, Mr. Gould, Chairman.
Executive.
Good afternoon, Don.
Good afternoon. I beg your pardon. We have no resolutions to bring forward due to the holiday. Any business in January will go to the Executive Committee. The next meeting is scheduled for February 5th at 10 a.m. in the County Board Committee Room.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yep. Now, next up, Legislative and Policy Committee, Ms. Trainier, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Executive.
Good afternoon.
And yes, I've missed my first holiday luncheon. The next one's not till 4. Do you think we might be done by then? Just wanted to say we did meet. We discussed a number of things for both state and the federal agenda. We are continuing to work on those. They are a work in progress. And our next meeting is scheduled for January 14th at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Next up, Capital Improvement Committee, Mr. Brooks, Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Executive.
Good afternoon.
Since I only have one resolution to bring forth, let me begin by thanking the Capital Improvement Committee, along with the Will County Board, for all their input, all their work all year long. We have 2 projects ahead of schedule. The courthouse is progressing very well, rooms in there, and I want to thank the Capital Improvement Committee, the Will County Board, along with the Executive Office, Nick Palmer, Dave Tack, Joe Van Essence, and a gentleman by the name of Dr. Larry Walsh Sr. Thank you, Mary Tatro, this year for your help on the capital improvement. We've got many reports, and you have that in your packet. I have one resolution to bring forth, and that is 19-371, authorizing the county executive to execute a contract with Stromland, D. Young, and Private's Architect Group for the renovation design services for the county office building. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Brooks, second by Ms. Mueller. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ms. Rice, seconded by Ms. Cook. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
Next Capital Improvement Committee meeting is scheduled for January 7, 2020, 11 a.m. And that's all I have, and I now remain the remainder of my time back to you, Mr. Executive. Merry Christmas.
You've been watching too much television.
I know that's right. I know that's right.
Now, we're down to the Executive Committee. Ms. Winfrey, the chairperson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Executive. Thank you.
Good, Denise. You got it.
We are going to start out with, and this is the rest of our afternoon here, the public hearing to discuss prohibiting the establishment of cannabis business within unincorporated Will County. And I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, seconded by Mr. Brooks. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogalla?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis?
Yes.
Rice? Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
Yes.
Dollinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Krolitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
Yes.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative. We are in public hearing. Continue to Mr. Winfrey.
And I believe we have some people signed up to speak on the issue, if they are still with us.
I don't have,
Yep. Looks like we have.
we got Richard
Stocky?
I got, you're Richard.
The couple is sitting together
No.
with the white lady in the white, the guy next to her in the black. They're from my district. You did sign up.
So you should have the
We're not going to be able to do the PowerPoint, but if you want us to afterwards, we can make sure that your thing gets distributed. Uh-huh.
You got about 3 minutes in public comment.
Good afternoon, my name is Detective Rich Wostacki. I am a 30-year law enforcement detective, and I retired last year, 2 years ago, with the city of Naperville. My job, as some of you well know, was in computer crime investigations. Actually, I worked with the state's attorney to create their high-technology crimes unit between 2012 and 2016, and we've arrested over 100 predators because you guys allowed that to happen. Currently, I am traveling across the country and instituting change when it comes to how to deal with kids who are vaping and bringing drugs to school. I am currently part of Opt Out Naperville, and we successfully got the city council to opt out of dispensaries in Naperville. Part of the reason why we were successful was a study done by the Rocky Mountain HIDTA. That is, for your reference, rmhidta.org, Rocky Mountain HIDTA. I'm going to reference some of the things that some of you may not be aware of. Our staff, the people that are in Opt Out Naperville, consists of myself, Kids Matter, also Dr. Aaron Weiner from Linden Hoax Behavior Health, Matt Quinn from Rosecrans, and these people are all experts in the field of addiction and children. There's a lot of guessing. Well, let's just see what happens. We really don't have to see what happens, because with states like Colorado, Washington, and Oregon, they saw what happens. Actually, I was just in Oregon yesterday. Oregon has called me to the state to bring my Juvenile Justice Online diversion program. Because of the acceptance of weed in their states, they have more truancies, they have more fights, and they have more children bringing edibles from their parents into schools. Now people talk about the tax, all the revenue we're going to get. Did you know that Colorado only received less than 1% of that revenue? Right. Less than 1%, because they cannot put the money in a bank. I have SWAT brothers in Colorado that their part-time job outside of their things that they do is guarding these safes full of cash because they can't put it in the bank, and you all know what happens with cash businesses. Violent crime increases 18% in Colorado since 2013. Now, people will say, well, that's because they had increases of volumes of population. But the reasons why they had an increase in population was because the amount of people who went there for weed. 65% of the local jurisdictions in Colorado have banned medical and recreational businesses to operate in their communities. When we look at crime, what will be the cost to have first responders responding to crime? And I submit to you by the study from HIDA, from 2014 to 2017, there was a 7% increase in crimes against person, 12% increase in property, and 33% increase in crimes against persons. Let's talk about traffic deaths. In Washington State, a 32% increase from 2009 to 2015. Let's talk about driver fatalities. Fatalities with drivers testing positive for marijuana. In 2017, they had 138 positive. Now, people will say, well, what about the alcohol? All the alcohol. The weed we were used to when we were kids is 40% more consisting of THC. 40% more. And our children are now vaping those products in our schools. So what is the impact on our schools? Impact on the amount of related incidents in schools. The type of marijuana violations. In Colorado, there was a 36% increase in students possessing marijuana and a 40% increase in kids being under the influence of marijuana. Adults want to smoke weed, that's all up to them. But we're talking about our children. We're talking about them learning. You will have increased calls for service to police and fire. You're going to have increase in student involvement with drug use. What is the local impact? When you allow dispensaries in your communities, schools, community, and the cost of implementation, there is not going to be any revenue. You are going to burn. Let's give an example. If the state allows the city of Naperville for a marijuana sales tax at a maximum of 3%, but you only can do 0.25% per year over time. So if they made $1 million in sales, that only equals $2,500. At the maximum of $1 million in sales, you're only going to get $30,000. Is it worth it? So as I was traveling through Oregon and Washington these past week, teaching in their schools, when you look at, and I submit to all of you to take a trip, when you look at these dispensaries, the amount of homeless all in around the dispensaries is unbelievable. When you have dispensaries, you will increase the amount of black market. If I want this chair, and I saw this chair at Marshall Field, when I see this chair at Marshall Field, I know it for $100. If Walmart sells it for $30, where am I going to buy it? Walmart, the black market. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. There's some lunch back, Mike.
There wasn't any coffee ready. There wasn't any coffee ready.
I'm sure it's ready in there. I can see the pot from here.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. My name is Jesse Smedberg. I'm with Tulip Tree Gardens. We're a industrial hemp farm and processor. just outside of Beecher in Washington Township, just off of Eagle Lake Road. And I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody that had any input with regard to the hemp legislation last year and getting those licenses out this May. I know that was pretty tough on Pritzker's administration to get it done, so we thank you for that. We're here with regard to support for responsible green cultivation practices and dispensaries. I know that there's been a lot of statistics thrown around. I don't necessarily, I'm not here to debate statistics. What I'm here to do is talk about responsible legislation and responsible zoning. I think that with regard to our dispensaries, when we create buffer zones, extra large buffer zones, all of a sudden we legislate out the opportunity for the social equity portion of the bill to work. When we create these zones, who are we zoning out? We're zoning out the very people that are intended this bill to be successful. I think it's a big concern of mine when we want to create certain zones in certain areas where we're allowed to grow, and certain zones in others where you're not. Currently, there's 0 organic options with regard to the medical market. Big box cannabis does not provide organic cannabis. Craft growers and potential craft growers are highly excited about this. Patients are more so excited about it because they realize that the current medical market has a laundry list of approved pesticides and herbicides, and the industrial hemp market, for instance, we're not allowed to put anything. We put compost on our plants, and we get just as good of hemp plants as they do their cannabis plants. I think that with regard to legislation and talking about bills and talking about amendments, I think we need to look at inputs. In Washington State, if somebody wants to be organic, they have to list their inputs. They have to list what goes onto the plant, whether it's neem oil, which there's concerns about, a lot of concerns about that with regard to the state of Illinois, and that's currently an approved pesticide for cannabis in Illinois. There's concerns with regard to the combustibility of these inputs. So while they may be perfectly fine to be sprayed onto a tomato or a vegetable, they may not be fine for combusting and inhaling. Big box cannabis does not necessarily have any vested interest in improving that quality. Only the craft grows push for the organic options. Only the craft grows push for balanced cannabinoid profiles, which is the most therapeutic profile of a cannabinoid. The big box cannabis grows for the highest and strongest THC, not the most therapeutic. So I think with regard to moving forward with legislation, I think we should vote for it, yes. I think we should have it. I think moving forward we need to be responsible with the decisions that we make legislatively, the bills we introduce, the inputs we put on these plants, because the cartridges that are being sold in the areas that have opted out, those are black market cartridges. Those are the cartridges that are killing the kids. It's not the cartridges coming from the dispensary that's going to kill an adult use smoker. Keep in mind, this is adult use cannabis we're talking about. We're not talking about kid use, we're talking about adult use. And these cartridges are a real problem. They're flooding the country with awful stuff coming in from China. I'm an industrial hemp farmer. We see the market moving very quickly, and we see these things happening. I think that it behooves of us to pay more attention to empowering our craft growers and limiting licensing on big box cultivation and becoming an epicenter of healthy, quality cannabis. Thank you so much.
Next.
Thank you.
Is this one next, Bill?
He's not here.
Okay.
He left earlier. Is a person named QING, I believe, HE, still here? Okay. Yep. Anyone from the public that want to speak about this issue
Oh, she's got a lot of stuff. A lot on her mind today.
Hi, everybody. Once again, forgot to say Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. My issue is that you legalize it and you make it readily available for purchase. When people drive impaired, there's no standardized field sobriety testing that can be used to determine impairment. The Illinois State Police Lab is not able to even test for quantification within the urine, and hundreds, if not thousands, of DUIs will occur without the ability of law enforcement to protect drivers on the road. The lab that does the testing is costly, and it did create a financial strain on the state's attorney's office with paying for that testing on marijuana cases. Additionally, then the state's attorney's office will have to have a forensic scientist to come in and test the active marijuana in the offender system. I would take that into consideration when you were talking about if you're going to tax the marijuana, where that money is going to go to. It should be for the health and the safety of the residents in Will County. It shouldn't go to some mysterious fund that nobody knows where it's going. So please take that into consideration. I do believe the state's attorney's office is going to have an unfair burden put on them again by the Illinois state legislature and their wonderful unfunded mandates, because they will not be able to prosecute any of these driving while under the influence cases. So please take that into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
This is our last one.
I forgot to say happy holidays. Happy holidays, guys. My name is Nikki Serban. I'm from Joliet, Will County Board, District 8, and I'm speaking today because, again, I believe in facts over fear. You guys have heard me speak before, and I've pleaded with you in the past, please don't call it marijuana. It has racist roots and racist connotations. We celebrate alcohol consumption. We advertise it in front of our children during sports events and even church events I've seen recently. Now, the Will County Health Department can probably attest that alcohol is the most frequently used drug for teenagers in the U.S., significantly more dangerous, and is directly related to 88,000 deaths annually. Will County is crawling with liquor establishments. And Mr. Moose has pointed out so eloquently that there are 15 square miles in Frankfort. Do you know that there are over 40 establishments where you can buy liquor? Many of them right by schools, right by parks, as Ms. Cook pointed out, all over the place, right in the communities. Ironic, though, it can kill all the children. 80% of communities in California have opted out. We've heard somebody else cite this before. And that's true. And that actually directly triggered an underground black market thriving opportunity in California, stripping those communities of regulation, taxes, and quality-controlled cannabis, which leaves more people at risk. As a previous speaker stated, cannabis is deadly if you're allowing black market products to be made and mixed with dangerous chemicals. Regulated stuff does not put children at risk. Here's the other fun, interesting fact. Putting users at more risk by placing dispensaries farther away means they're more likely to commute with these drugs and more likely to indulge during the commute, which is only going to increase the likelihood that they are driving impaired. Speaking to impairment, it does look like there are more DUIs with cannabis testing positive, but cannabis stays in your system for 30 days. So, on average, the DUIs that have increased, 4%, all testing exclusively for THC, only 4%. And again, that's all directly correlated to the fact that it could be 30 days into their system. So, it's a real tricky, slippery slope here. I did check with the coroner's office. No deaths or overdoses related to cannabis in Will County. Amazing, isn't it? States that have legalized cannabis have seen a 25% reduction in opioid overdoses because not only does cannabis provide a safer alternative to opioids, but it minimizes violent withdrawals. States that have legalized cannabis have seen a violent reduction. This is information that you can get from the FBI as well as the crime bureaus in each of those states. Teen use is down, and that's Many crime organizations and resources are available to see that. Increased tax revenue and property values. This isn't just based on my opinion. Forbes and the National Association of Realtors have cited that property values go up. Also, job creation, 300,000 jobs by 2022. More than half of Americans have tried cannabis. 1 in 10 Americans reports using it regularly. A Pew Research poll released a couple months ago showed public support of legalization at 66%. Nearly all demographics support legalization, with the majority of opposition coming from those born before 1945. You should respect your voters. I've heard some talk about a referendum. Well, the governor won by 15,000 votes in Will County, and he ran pretty openly on cannabis legalization. So I don't know what else you need. The cannabis plant has been studied all around the world. The facts are in. Cannabis in its various forms, this evil devil's lettuce, helps fight Alzheimer's, cancer, HIV, Parkinson's, strokes, rheumatoid arthritis, and at least 30 more. It's not a cure-all. I will concede that if you have schizophrenia or pre-existing conditions towards schizophrenia, cannabis can make that condition worse. Absolutely. But again, we're talking about at least 40 other conditions that are improved markedly by cannabis legalization or use. You cannot overdose on it. Excessive consumption of cannabis, just like excessive consumption of turkey, can lead to discomfort, but it's not going to kill you. It will not kill you. Alcohol will, and again, in 15 square miles in Frankfurt, there are 40 of those locations. In closing, people do self-medicate in a myriad of ways, be it food, be it alcohol, pills, other illicit drugs, addicted to gambling. About 4% of the population is prone to addiction regardless. Why not allow a safer alternative? I appreciate that different cannabis can lead to different intoxicating effects, as we talked about before, similar to wine versus whiskey. Those intoxicants are different. To expect the same results is ridiculous. If you're prone to anxiety, certain strains of cannabis are not your friend. But we don't know this. If I go to a drug dealer, I get the drugs he hands me. I don't get to go behind the counter, pick out the kind that best suits my condition and works best with my system. And I'm certainly not going to have a drug dealer that's willing to sit down and educate me about how the benefits will work for me. There's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of new research. It is also worth noting, I'll wrap it up very shortly, sir, that all the research we have done in the University of Mississippi was only based on 2 strains of cannabis, and it only was through legalization that we've been able to expand our research. So that being said, let's not make something that should be legal and a safer alternative so vilified, and let's not subscribe to old ways of thinking. Thank you. Have a lovely holiday, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else from the public? Anybody else from the public? Ms. Winfrey?
Thank you, Mr. Executive. We have another one.
Oh. We got one more.
Thank you, Mr. County Executive. My name is Margaret Yankee. I am a certified vet tech. I live in Crest Hill. I have had firsthand experience with the Illinois Medical Cannabis, at the time, pilot program. I was a caregiver for my father. He had oropharyngeal cancer. His battle lasted 14 months. Only 12 of those months I was able to help him and facilitate the use of medical cannabis as part of his treatment protocol. That is because the state of Illinois had a arbitrary time frame on his terminal condition card. He outlived his terminal condition card by 2 months, and I solely attribute that to the use of medical cannabis as an adjunctive to his traditional therapies. I do think that the use of full extract cannabis oil is something that is immeasurable in terms of benefits to the body, specifically in conjunction with chemotherapy and radiation type treatments. I also am very much a proponent of the use of the cannabinoids, THC, and specifically CBD, especially organically grown and harvested and appropriately tested on animals. And it is something that I myself am learning more about every day and actively finding avenues to help my patients that I take care of that cannot tell me their ailments or their pains, and using those compounds that are naturally derived to facilitate better medicine and better outcomes for my patients. And I believe that everyone has been affected in their day-to-day life where they may have a family member or a friend or a colleague that is struggling and would benefit from the use of cannabis. And the medical program in Illinois has many things that are left to be desired, most especially cost. I spent probably $6,000 to $8,000 out of my own pocket to finance the RSO, or full extract cannabis oil treatment, for my father. I do think that it was an immense success to his quality of life. I do believe that we got many extra months with him that we would not have if we had used traditional therapies only. And I do think that he would be very proud. My grandfather was mayor of Joliet in the 50s, and I think that this is something that I am, very saddened that he is not here to see the strides that we have made just in the last year since he has been gone. I lost him on December 29th last year, and I think that this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and I will continue to fight and be a voice for patients and people who are seeking alternative treatments and trying to better their lives and their quality of life with their family, especially here in Will County.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay. Is that it? Okay.
Ms. Winfrey,
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Executive. I move that we close the public hearing.
moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Ms. Ogala. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ferry.
Yes.
Frizzalone.
Yes.
Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Mustis. Rice.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Mueller.
Yes.
Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Ventura.
Yes.
Dollinger.
Yes.
Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz.
Yes.
Cowan.
Yes.
Tumanello.
Yes.
Weigel. Carlitis.
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes.
26 affirmative.
26 affirmative. The public hearing is closed. Back to the regular.
Thank you.
Agenda, Ms. Winfrey.
Thank you. Mr. Executive, the first resolution, 19-323, which was tabled, we are going to allow to die. Is that right, Mary? Are we going to?
Well, you make a motion to either remove it from the agenda or to remove it from the table.
Remove it from the agenda then, is what we'll do. Thank you, we have a second. You may remember that the language in it was not what we needed, and so we want to cancel that one or remove it from the agenda accordingly.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Ms. Mueller.
Yeah.
Previous roll call by Mr. Mustus, second by Mr. Tumanello. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
We have 19-372, which is prohibiting the establishment of adult-use businesses within unincorporated Will County. And I just want to remind people that our question is not whether or not they are legal. That has already been decided by the state, so that's not before us, or how it affects the schools. That is also not before us. Ours is only whether or not we are going to opt out. So, move to, the language is written to ban, so I move that we opt in. Or, I'm sorry, move that we do not opt out. No, I will move to, I'll put the amendment, I'm sorry, put the resolution forward as written, and I so move. That's the way it's written, yes, so I so move.
Second.
Who have to make, Ms. Trainier, is any discussion?
No, we have the
Ms.
discussion.
Ogala?
Thank you. What I just wanted to say was, I do want to thank my small farmer from Eastern Will County who came and spoke before us today. I spent a significant amount of time at his farm, and he informed me of a lot of different things that I was not aware of. I think as a board, if we had had more conversation regarding each one of these 7 items that we are opting out on, people would have understood things a bit differently. And the biggest thing that I came to realize was that if we truly want our residents who choose to use marijuana, if we truly wanted to do that, then we would have made sure that the large cultivators had a very strict list of what they can put on it. The craft growers are dedicated to producing a product that is safer, that has few pesticides on them, which makes it better for those users. But unfortunately for myself, I just don't support medical marijuana, recreational marijuana. As far as the other lady who spoke, or the 2 ladies who spoke, medical marijuana is legal here in Illinois, and I believe the entire board supports the use of medical marijuana. So I think that one of the things we should do as a board, and that would be with you, Jackie Trenier, and the Legislative Committee, is to have a look with the craft growers at the different types of products and fertilizers and things that they can put on that marijuana. And my final statement is, if we want somebody to buy from a dispensary, we need to make it the most costly, the most inexpensive as we can. Putting a tax on it, increase the cost of it. I'm very concerned that people who cannot afford that cost will continue to go to the black market and use those products. But the benefit would be that those who choose, and if there's a craft grower nearby, they could get a better product. So it's not fair to all people who might want to use marijuana in a recreational manner. Anyway, I will be a no vote on this, a yes vote on opting out, but I think that we should have had more conversation at the board. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Ms. Parker?
Yeah, so I just want to make a comment. I sit on the Public Health and Safety Committee, and every month we receive updates from the Health Department or Dr. Burke, and sometimes the coroner on public health issues and concerns. We rely on their suggestions and advice to make decisions for Will County. Because of it, I cannot ignore the position papers sent to all of us by Sue Rennick from the Health Department, opposing recreational marijuana and explaining the negative impact cannabis will have on individuals and communities. Come January 1st, recreational marijuana will be legal, and we are not here to change that. So we are here to vote on the accessibility of unincorporated Will County. As Ms. Lennox has stated, just because it is legal does not make it safe. Therefore, I will be in favor of banning the sale of recreational marijuana in unincorporated Will County. And I hope my fellow county board members, especially those who sit on the Public Health and Safety Committee with me, will vote with me as well.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Berkowitz.
I just wanted to share with the board this morning that I was reached out to by Dr. Aaron Weiner, who is a licensed clinical psychologist and director of addiction services at
Linden Oaks Behavioral Health. He has encouraged us to opt out of selling recreational marijuana. He indicates that in Illinois, the medical marijuana dispensaries sell products with names like Platinum Girl Scout Cookie, Alien Orange, Bruce Banner, Chem Dog, and Green Crack. If you go on their menu, go on their website, look at the menu, you'll see more. Who are they pointing to with these products? Who are they marketing to? He was in Buffalo Grove a couple of months back at their marijuana hearing, where 95% of the audience spoke in favor of opting out, 153 to 10. The board voted against the residents. We're hearing the same message from our residents, and as I said earlier, my inbox is flooded. There is proof and data, and Dr. Weiner lives this every day, and he sees the results of this. So he is encouraging each of us as an elected official who has a say and a duty in the safety and health of our residents to opt out of recreational cannabis. So thank you for allowing me to share that.
It's the Village of Homer Glen opted out, and they had the lieutenant in charge there, who's a Will County Sheriff, talk about why they should opt out. And I was just wondering, since we're talking about it, if we can get our sheriff to come down and explain why we need to opt out.
If that's his position. Thank you, Brian.
The individual that spoke about, signed a document with the fire department about opting out, that was his personal opinion. That was not the view of the sheriff's office. The view of the sheriff's office is we're here to uphold the laws. So whatever you guys decide, it's on you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We received an extensive paper from our executive director of our health department explaining all of the bad things that marijuana does to people and children. And I think we should follow the recommendation of our executive director of our health department and opt out of any sales of marijuana in Will County. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Anyone else to discuss?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Executive. We've heard a lot of talk of the social ills and the problems that cannabis causes. These are already problems that are here. They already exist. These social ills are among us. Unregulated cannabis is already widely available and incredibly widely used. Currently, our residents purchase cannabis from drug dealers in illegal transactions, from drug dealers who sell a variety of much more dangerous substances, who can add other substances to marijuana that they sell. Sales are made in dangerous places and under dangerous conditions. Furthermore, illegal dealers see no difference between selling to a 13-year-old and selling to a 30-year-old. Finally, and most germane to our decision today, all proceeds from illegal sales today go to illegal dealers, gangs, and drug cartels. Just like when alcohol was prohibited, proceeds of illegal sales of cannabis fund social ills. Therefore, today I will be happy to give responsible adults the opportunity to legally purchase a safer, regulated product from a reputable legal source. My friends, family, and neighbors who use cannabis tell me they will be thrilled to pay more in order to have access to a safe and legal source in a safe and legal facility. Their purchases will allow the county to use the proceeds to solve social ills. Thank you.
Anyone else?
It's dangerous to assume that just because we're selling recreational marijuana legally, that it's completely safe. There's always a risk that something can go wrong. And in October of 2019, Colorado issued a recall because one of their largest weed producers had mold in their cannabis. So we have to understand that if you vote this in, we have to be diligent, and there will still be safety concerns with a government-regulated product. Thank you.
Any others?
Yeah, wow, recalls, lettuce, tomatoes, beef, chicken, eggs. I can't even think of anything that hasn't been recalled in the last couple of years. We don't outlaw food. You know, we don't even take these suppliers out of business. They still continue to produce and contribute to our food supply chain. I'm, little disappointed that that is being used as a concept for why we should not opt in, or why we should not stay as a county that allows legal, safe places for people to buy this product. And it is not being marketed to children. They will have to be 21 years old. They will have to show an ID. Do I like those names? Do I find those names attractive? No, but I could probably pick out 4 or 5 men in my family that would think those names were really cute, and that might actually entice them to buy it. But they're over 21. This product is not meant for children. It is for adults, to be used hopefully responsibly, but as we've lately seen from adults, they aren't always responsible. There are DUI arrests every single day, even from people that you would not expect an arrest to be made or conviction to be given. So it's legal in this state. I don't see any reason to ban it in our county. Thank you.
Mr. Executive.
Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll. We all straight on yes and no's?
Just again, Mr. Executive, this resolution is written prohibiting the establishment of adult-use cannabis business within unincorporated Will County. So a yes vote is to prohibit, a no vote is not to prohibit.
Yep. Okay.
Ready?
Shoot.
Ferry?
No.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
No.
Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
No.
Mustis?
Yes.
Rice?
No.
Tyson?
No.
Harris?
No.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz?
Yeah.
Mueller?
No.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura?
No.
Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
No.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
No.
Tumanello?
Yes.
Weigel? Crolitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
No.
12 affirmative, 14 negative.
12 affirmative, 14 negative. The resolution was denied. Continue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Executive. We now need another public hearing to amend the Chapter 110 alcoholic beverages of the Will County Code of Ordinance, the liquor ordinance. I'll read the number of liquor licenses, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, seconded by Mr. Ferry. Call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist? Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis?
Yes.
Rice? Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Ventura? Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Crolitis? Winfrey?
Yes.
24 affirmative.
24 affirmative. We are in public hearing. Ms. Winfrey.
Yes. On our previously in this board, we have agreed to restrict the number of liquor licenses.
Can you pull your mic up closer? It's hard to hear up here.
Sorry.
There you go.
Is that better?
That's lots better.
Okay. So previously on this board, we've agreed to control the number of liquor licenses. I believe we have a license now that needs to be taken off the books, if I'm right, Mr. Harvey?
That's correct.
Yes.
We had an establishment stop doing business, the Longwood Golf Course on East Steger Road in Crete Township, so there is an available Class B license because of that, or will be.
And so I would, then this is to reduce that number, to take into account the, our ordinance restricting the number of licenses, so I will make that motion.
Do we have to close the public hearing?
Public hearing, sorry.
We're still in public hearing, so we have to close the public hearing first.
We're still in public hearing. Anybody from the public?
Public wishing to speak, yeah.
Wish to speak? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this issue? Anybody wish to speak? Motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
Mr. Winfrey, second by Mr. Musis. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizalone? Yes. Newquist? Yes. Ogalla? Cook? Yes. Mostis? Yes. Rice? Tyson? Yes. Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Yes. Mueller?
Yes.
Gould? Yes. Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker? Ventura? Dallinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tumanello? Weigel?
Yes.
Crolitis? Winfrey?
Yes.
23 affirmative.
23?
Yep.
Affirmative. Motion has carried. We are out of public hearing.
Mr. Executive, I move to reduce the number of liquor licenses by 1.
Who seconded?
Mike.
Mr. Fritz alone. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Ms. Trainier, second by Mr. Fritz. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Motion has carried.
Okay, so now, that was 19,373, so now
Yeah.
19,374, suspending all services other than election-related functions in the county clerk's office on March 17th, which, as you all know, is primary day. We do that regularly. I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Mr. Van Dyne. Previous roll call by Ms. Mueller, second by Mr. Balich. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
Okay, we have 19,375, setting the number of sheriff's sworn personnel, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Ms. Heiston. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ms. Berkowitz, second by Mr. Tumanello. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
19,376, setting reimbursement for the cost of medical and hospital services provided to prisoners in custody of the Will County Sheriff and minors held at the River Valley Justice Center, and I so move.
Okay. Made a motion, Ms. Winfrey, second by Mr. Ferry. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ms. Newquist, second by Ms. Cook. All in favor say by aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried. Ms. Ogalla, would you like to be a yes on this roll call? Okay. Quick, 10, yeah.
Okay, we have 19,377, which I will ask to table. The City of Joliet is not quite ready with their portion of it. This is the tolling agreement for the Hobolt Bridge project, and I so move. We're going to do the other two pieces, not this
To table, second by Mr. Mustis. Any discussion? No? No discussion? Previous roll call by Mr. Van Dyne and second by Mr. Harris. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion is carried.
19378, authorizing the county executive to execute a reimbursement agreement between the County of Will and Hobart Road Extension, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Mr. Van Dyne. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Mr. Mustis, second by Mr. Gould. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion has carried.
We have 19379, authorizing the county executive to execute a consent to assignment of the MOU among Centerpoint, State of Illinois, Will County, and Joliet, in which Centerpoint Properties Trust assigns its duties and obligations to the Hobart Road Extension HRE JV LLC, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Mr. Van Dyne. Any question? Previous roll by Mr. Frizzalone, second by Mr. Mustis. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary, motion has carried.
We have 19380, supporting the candidacy of Denise Winfrey for second vice president of NACO, and I so move.
Moved by Winfrey, second by Mr. Mustis. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous call by Mr. Frizzalone, second by Ms. Ogala. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary, the motion has carried.
We have 19381, authorizing renewal of state lobbying services agreement with Curry and Associates, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Ms. Cook. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll by Mr. Harris, second by Ms. Ventura. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary, motion has carried.
We have 19382, authorizing renewal of professional services contract for our federal lobbyists, Smith Dawson and Associates, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Mr. Perry. Any discussion? Previous roll by Mr. Muster, second by Mr. Tumanello. All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion carried.
The next executive committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, January 9th, not the first Thursday, but January 9th, and we will also hear through that executive committee any committees that were scheduled to meet on that first Thursday. So those will be heard on the 9th through executive committee at 10 a.m. That concludes my report. I'll move to appointments by the county executive for December 2019, and I so move.
Moved by Ms. Winfrey, second by Ms. Ogala. Previous roll call by Ms. Dollinger and second by Ms. Berkowitz. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, the motion has carried. Next item is public comment. If we hadn't had enough.
We had enough of us.
Oh, no. Now, the old days, you go to 6 o'clock.
I'm not trying to hear that.
Comments by county board members. Mr. Tumanella.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Okay. I do.
Mr. Tumanella.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the State's Attorney's Office and particularly the Sheriff's Department, working in conjunction with the United States Secret Service, the United States Marshal's Office, and the Frankfurt police detectives. We were able to apprehend the 3 individuals responsible for the kidnappings at gunpoint, and they did phenomenal work, and I could not be more happy at the work that they did and to keep our people safe. Now, we had a long meeting today. We've been here, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, and I think it was only appropriate to finish up with a resolution supporting one of our own for the NACO second vice presidency. I know while we have our differences, I feel like this is our family table, right? You're at Thanksgiving, and there's always somebody that you're fighting with and you object to and you don't agree, but when you walk out of this room, no one says anything about your family, right? And when we show up in Washington, resolution in hand, supporting Denise Winfrey, I think that's kind of like our family, and I wish you all the luck, and any help that this side of the aisle could help you with, I know we're going to be more than happy to help out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Miss Mueller?
Mueller, it's okay.
Meta?
That's what you can call me. Just say Miss Meta.
Yourself.
I just want to thank everybody for all the calls and messages that I got last week when I had an unexpected anaphylactic reaction to something I ate at a Christmas party and ended up in the hospital. You guys were awesome. Never had so many coworkers reach out and be like, hey, I hope you're okay. Hey, how's it going? So I really appreciate all the support. I'm glad I have EpiPens now, so if I start to blow up, y'all know, grab my EpiPens and, you know, get me in the thigh.
Okay.
Stop it.
Where you want
And call
Thigh,
911.
not the
Where you
neck.
want
Thigh.
Right, in the muscle.
Whenever she ate, she brought it in the back. It's here.
Everybody
Thank
leave
you,
that
everyone, and
trail
have a great holiday.
Any other county board? Ms. Cook?
We had a lot of really spirited debate today, and I enjoyed it. A lot of contentious issues. I just want to mention really fast, when I was elected to this board, I kind of had a reasonable expectation of professionalism here on the floor. So I just want to remind everybody, in the spirit of the holidays, let's refrain from name-calling and interrupting fellow board members, the county executive, staff, or the public as we're up here, because I think it makes our debates more productive. And I do wish everybody a very happy holiday season and enjoy the time off with your family.
Thank you very much. Miss Ogala?
No, Amanda, thank you for that. And I just want to say that that works both ways.
Absolutely. She said everybody.
Is that all?
That's
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Ray.
Any other board members? We go on to the majority leader, Mr. Perry.
I'm waiting. Okay. I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. And that's it.
The minority leader, Mr. Frizzalone.
I just wanted to say, some comments were made earlier, but the war on drugs is still raging, and we're gonna fight the good fight. And when I'm in Washington on our lobby trip, I will definitely continue to press for more money for opioids. I do want us to consider in the coming months the safety of our children when it comes to all the new devices out there, the vaping. I still think we should ban sales here and let somebody sue us for that. And then also, you may have seen the new commercials. We now have K-cups that have powdered alcohol in them. I talked about this maybe a year or two ago about getting rid of powdered alcohol, but they're now in K-cups. You can buy a machine and make yourself a Mai Tai with just that little bit of stuff. So I think we need to put that on the agenda as well to talk about it. I just wanted to say that, you know, I think we all live in a great country with many, many freedoms, and religion comes to mind at this time of the year. But we have all kinds of opportunities in this country. If you study hard, if you train hard, and you work hard, anything is possible. So at this time of the year, when you exercise your religion, whatever freedom of religion you want, just make sure you do it with family and friends, and think about all the freedoms you have, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Very well spoken. Then we have the board
Right up on
speaker.
this.
Board speaker, Miss Winfrey.
Executive. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for the hard work today. It was a long day and a hard day, and we have more work to do, so I appreciate that. I also want to thank all of you for your support for me for this candidacy. We'll see what we can do for Will County. It's an opportunity to put the spotlight here, so that's what we want to do. And I want to wish everybody the very best of holidays, whatever you celebrate. Hope it's joyful, have family and friends with you, and have a great holiday, and I'll see you next year.
All right. I wish, my wishes is for you, everybody have a very happy Christmas and a happy and healthy new year. And so with that, we stand at recess to Thursday, January 16, 2020.
2020.
I have to go to executive. I just want to say.